Oh, okay, just one person. Thank you very, very much. Well, firstly, good morning and welcome to Flight Sim Weekend. My name is Callum from the FSElite team, and it is truly an honor to be stood on this stage today, yet again for the second year hosting the FSElite Theatre. This weekend, we have an amazing lineup of seminars, speakers, product announcements, and more taking place over the next few hours today and also tomorrow as well. For those of you who reserved tickets, thank you. That really helps us to understand exactly which sessions are going to be as busy as possible and to accommodate as many people into here as possible. There are still a few empty seats, and we do have a few people still coming in. So if there are people coming in, please just make way for them. And we'll do our best to make sure that your experience today is as uninterrupted as possible. So what can you expect from today? Well, firstly, you can expect product announcements, speeches from some of the partners that we have worked with today, and also our exhibitors on the floor as well. So you excited to see some new products this weekend? Yeah? Good, me too. All of this is possible thanks to our amazing sponsors. So SayIntentions have been a huge help for the FS Weekend guys this year as well. So a big round of applause to them. And also for people watching at home online right now, we have our sponsors OnAir to thank as well for enabling us to live stream this completely free of charge to everybody at home who weren't able to come to Lillestad today. So as you walked in today as well, you may have seen or been given one of these little cards, or I handed out some of them to you guys just now as well. So what this is an invitation for you to win a free Stream Deck XL, courtesy of Flight Panels. So all you need to do, scan the QR code, put in your details, and at some point later on today, we're going to draw one lucky winner. So for every session you attend, you can come and redo this. So the more sessions you attend, the more chance you have to win. So another reason to come to the theatre today. So please do fill it out. It takes 2 minutes, and then you can come and collect it at the end of today. We have one today, and we have one tomorrow as well. So if you're not lucky today, then maybe tomorrow is your opportunity. And finally, on that note about winning things, there are 2 yellow envelopes in this theatre currently under seats. So without further ado, have a quick scan under your seat to see if you've won one of these lucky envelopes. If you do, hold it up for me so I can see it. We got one winner over here and another one up there. So congratulations, you've just won some free products from Flight Panels as well. So all the details you need are going to be inside. So on each of the sessions as well, we're going to have some of those envelopes with other prizes as well. So again, feel free to come along and maybe you'll win from that as well. So just a few little safety reminders and a little bit about the event itself. So this is the alpha session. You're going to see SayIntentions in just a few moments. You're going to see a video from SoFly, and you're also going to see a presentation from Navigraph as well. We do ask that whilst you're here in the theatre for the alpha session, you stay for the duration. We expect it to take about 45 to 50 minutes, but I promise you there's going to be plenty of reasons to stick around. If you do need to leave for any reasons, then please do use the emergency exits. They are located at the top and also down here. If there is a fire, yeah, I am cabin crew as well, so that probably helps. But please just follow our guidance if there is any need to evacuate from today as well. Also, please do respect our presenters as well. Please keep the talking to a minimum. And of course, if there are opportunities to ask questions, we will do that as well. And we will just ask that you speak into a microphone so that our audience in the room and online can hear what you have to ask. So that's it from me. I'm not going to come back on stage now until between the sessions. But please now, we're going to welcome SayIntentions in just a few minutes. Thank you.
We wanted to build something that felt real.
Maintain 3,000.
Departure on 120.7, squawk 3565. Release for departure. Clearance void, if not off by 1600 Zulu, time now 15.
And if this is going to work, you have to be able to just talk to it.
Flight deck to ground, ready to start pushback.
It had to work just like it would if you were sitting in a real airplane.
Ground to flight deck. All right, release the parking brake now. We're going to start pushback, facing west.
In the beginning, it was just me and my dad, and I said, AI technology has come so far. What if we could build this incredible thing?
Let's go through the before takeoff checklist.
Ground to flight deck, bypass pin removed. We've disconnected and cruise clear. You're good to go. Have a great flight.
We wanted to bring all of aviation into the cockpit.
We're thrilled to have you with us today. Our captain for this flight is Adam. Our flight time today is expected to be approximately 1 hour.
27 left via Kilo Echo, and it's rush hour at the moment, so there's going to be a bit of a delay getting you out.
And it turned out that air traffic control was just the beginning.
We have a confirmed wildfire in the heavily forested region of the Klamath National Forest. Ground teams are moving in, but they need immediate aerial support.
Great drop, sir. That one was right on the money.
We needed an AI that could listen, understand, and respond.
Vegas ground, Cessna 4 Tango Foxtrot. Can I get taxiway arrows, please?
Cessna 4 Tango Foxtrot, not a problem. Just follow the greens to 19 right.
But we also wanted it to be useful as a training tool.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. We've got a dual engine failure. Declaring an emergency.
American 29, mayday acknowledged. I'm moving people out of your way. Cleared to land any runway. When able, say fuel remaining and souls on board.
And we wanted to be able to simulate the workload of interacting with as many aircraft systems as possible. And AI also gave us the tools to make flight simming fun and interesting again.
This is Kaheka Bay, one of the coolest hidden spots out here. Those cliffs up ahead are part of an old volcanic range. Back in the 90s, they shot a movie.
Our customers are constantly pushing us. They're constantly asking us to do the impossible.
Turn left final, you'll be landing on the yellow dot. Welcome to the event.
And somehow we figure it out.
Delta 427, number 4 behind the company 37.
Number 4 behind the 37.
Give way to the southwest 37 at Kilo.
We'll give way at Kilo, Delta 1221.
Delta 39, runway 27 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, Delta 39.
Southwest 327, contact departure, safe flight.
Departure, southwest 329.
Lufthansa 339, ready to taxi.
Lufthansa 339, taxi to runway 27 right via Alpha.
Departure radar contact. Clear direct Snuffy. Climb and maintain flight level 210.
Direct Snuffy up to 210, Delta 301.
Delta 9961, Atlanta altimeter 30.00. Expect the ILS runway 27 right approach into Atlanta.
Thanks. ILS 27 right, Delta 9960.
Turn left heading 325, descend and maintain 4000 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 27 right approach.
Left 325, descend 4,000 until established. Cleared for the ILS.
Lufthansa 193, 6 miles from Bamboo. Turn right heading 220, descend and maintain.
20, descend 4000. Cleared ILS 26 right approach. Lufthansa 1.
United 304, number 2 behind the 73, runway 27 left, cleared to land.
Cleared to land behind the 737, United 304.
And the best part is, we're just getting started. All right, what do you guys think? I am so excited to be here because we have been working extremely hard for a very long time on really 3 big things that I want to talk about here. If you want to advance that for me. Ooh, does this work? Does this work? Yeah? Okay, good. I'll try to use this. We got 3 things we want to talk about today. The first one, you just got an interesting glimpse of, which we refer to as our... Looks like my clicker doesn't work. That's okay. Go ahead and hit it for me. Oh, maybe my clicker does work just fine. There it is. It's not synced to my laptop. Computers are difficult, in case you guys didn't know. The first one we call our AI Living World, and this is our traffic injection and sequencing system, which you just got a very nice look at. I hope you guys are excited about this feature, as I am. But a number of things that I want to highlight as it relates to this. Let's go back here, right there. There we go. First of all, each injected airplane or pilot in this AI living world is actually its own individual AI entity. So you can picture this now in this living world scenario where every airplane that you see, every airplane that's on approach, every airplane taxiing along the ground, the pilot of that airplane is actually an individual AI entity. There's nothing else like this that's ever been attempted before. I'm extremely excited about this. Second of all, all of the aircraft are equal in the eyes of the ATC controllers, meaning your sequencing, your importance is equal to all of the other aircraft. You're no longer the center of your own universe. You're no longer the main character in the simulation. This is extremely exciting because it brings the level of realism to a whole new level here. We've also based everything on real-world schedules and gates. So when you see an airplane pushing back, it's because that airplane is likely pushing back at the same time in the real world, or at least the schedule says that it should be. Traffic flows actually follow the live weather that you're running in your simulator, or if you happen to be running Active Sky for custom weather, will follow that weather as well. So if the weather says that LAX is operating west, then LAX is operating west at that exact moment. We have more than 1,500 AI pilot voices. This is largely thanks to our customers who've been kind enough to donate their voices to our voice repository. And so the voices that you hear of the other airplanes, in fact, you just got a glimpse of that during that video. Who here thinks those sounded like real people? Not bad, right? Yeah, amazing. And the reason that they sound like real people is because they're AI replications of real people. So this just brings that level of immersion again to that next level, where both the AI ATC voices and the AI pilot voices are numerous. We've got a gigantic repository of these, and they sound amazing when the world is lit up in the way that you saw in that demo. We also have it so that the accents of the AI pilots will match the airlines. So if you hear a Lufthansa pilot, as you saw in the video, that pilot should have a German accent. If you hear a British Airways pilot, you're going to hear a British accent. If you have an American pilot, I have no idea what accent you're going to hear. And we're also obviously including unlimited premium voices with this, and it works in MSFS 2020 and 2024 with X-Plane support coming later on. This is included at no extra cost with your SayIntentions premium subscription. So everybody who is a SayIntentions premium subscriber will get full access to this. And I also want to take a second to say welcome to Roland Foster. Some of you may know that he is the developer of a tool called AI Ground and AI Flow, who is leading our traffic injection and sequencing team here at SayIntentions now. So that's been a wonderful addition to our team. This is really to a point where we're ready to start showing it, and we'll have this available to, let's go back here, all of our partner customers starting on April 15th, though there's a decent chance that we'll have it in everybody's hands sooner than that if you're a partner. We're so close on the details, we're so close to getting it out there, but we want to make sure that we get this right and that everybody has an amazing experience. So that's our first announcement, the AI Living World Traffic Injection and Sequencing. The second one that we have is OpenSky. How many of you guys, just by raise of hands, are familiar with OpenSky? I'm just curious. Have you heard of it? Okay. OpenSky is absolutely phenomenal. This is our basic ATC service that we're now offering for free as part of a private beta. And yes, it's extremely good. It has a few limitations that go along with it. That is the reason that we can offer it for free. But there's some amazing features that we've baked into OpenSky. One of them is it's 100% cloud-based. All of the AI runs on someone else's machine, runs on our systems. So there is zero impact on your CPU or GPU. It's IFR, gate-to-gate, voice-controlled, so it sounds and feels just like it would in the real world. We have full integration with the 2024 EFB as well as VR compatibility. and this one's really nice to be able to give away for free, which is premium neural AI voices. Those same voices that you just heard in that demo, we're offering for free with OpenSky. Authentic phraseology, the highly immersive radio chatter that goes along with this, full integration with SimBrief and Navigraph, and this is now in private beta. We're able to do this for free because it's air traffic control only, so none of the other truly incredible features that we've baked into our premium subscription are available here. This is IFR gate-to-gate only. It uses a basic AI LLM for the language model, but you can't beat free. So we're very excited about this. And the big announcement here is that up until now, OpenSky has been in a really limited private beta. There's only been a handful of people that have been able to play with it. Starting today, we're massively expanding that beta. In order to facilitate a smooth rollout, we're making the beta so that it's by invitation only. The best way to get in is to find somebody who's in, and they can get you some invitations. This is the same model that Google used when they rolled out Gmail. Worked really well. We're doing the same thing so that we can make sure we don't bring the house down with demand here. So OpenSky beta, as of now, is being massively expanded. We're giving piles of invites to everybody who's already in on it, as well as our SayIntentions partners are getting piles of invites to get out there as well. So very excited to be able to have a free product, and we hope to expand this significantly more here in just a few months. And then the third announcement is Skynet. How many people here have heard of our Skynet product? Yes, it's funny. I know it's Skynet. We thought it was hilarious when we came up with the name. But it's a perfect fit for what this product is designed to do. And effectively, this is a free, real-time, cross-platform, multiplayer flight sim network. The idea is that it can act as a drop-in replacement for the MSFS multiplayer system that's already out there. You'll be able to see all of the other aircraft on the network. It uses our incredible AI-based SayIntentions model matching system. So the model matching is actually extremely good in this. You can create and join private groups. So as you and your friends want to fly, if it's just you guys, it's easy to set that up. And we've also added detection for people who are behaving in anomalous ways. Has anybody ever tried to do a group flight and found there's always those one or two people who like to be funny and kind of ruin the experience for everybody else? Yeah, the system will actually detect those behaviors and automatically remove them from the simulation until their behavior returns to normal, and it will automatically put them back in. So we're very excited about this. Again, works with 2020 and 2024. And support for X-Plane 1112 will be coming in the future. Also in the future, you'll be able to talk to and hear other pilots by using the comm radio in your aircraft, just like you talk to ATC. There'll be a group admin panel. And the one I'm most excited about is that we will, in the future, have full ATC sequencing between all of the live pilots. So the announcement today is that Skynet is now available to all SayIntentions customers, our Entourage customers, our OpenSky customers, and our premium customers. As of today, all have access to OpenSky. And the one I'm most excited about is that later, early this summer, Skynet will be available for free to the entire flight sim community. So we're very excited about that. You're welcome. Yeah. If you're here, please stop by our booth. We are giving away all kinds of cool stuff. A Real Sim Gear G1000. Thank you, Real Sim Gear, for the prizes. Flight Sound Dual Pro, annual subscriptions. We've got an aviation headset we're giving away, and we've got a bunch of annual subscriptions and a whole bunch of 30-day subscriptions we're giving away as well. So stop by, fill in the thing. If you sign up for an annual today, we'll give you a free T-shirt. But very excited about these announcements. Stop by, and we'd love to show you what we've got if you haven't tried it. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, questions. Let's do that.
Any questions from the audience? Up there?
Back there. Absolutely, yes. So both in our Skynet multiplayer system, yes, you'll see other planes, as well as part of the living world that we just showed you. yes, you'll see AI-injected aircraft at cruise as well, and you'll also see them on your TCAS system. So we're using the model matching for a variety of different plugins. FSLTL is available, so if you've got their base models installed, it will use those. There's others as well that we'll be bringing in. So the idea is if you've got it on your system, we'll figure out how to use it. Yes, thank you.
Question at the front. I'm going to read the question back, so then.
Oh yeah, good idea. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. So the question was, what is the basis of the scheduling for the living world? I assume you're talking about the sequencing and things like that. And then the second part of the question was, what happens if you change the time of your simulator? The basis of the real-world schedules is real-world scheduling from sites like Flight Radar, et cetera. So all of that is downloaded and synchronized into the AI system on a regular basis. And then we go by the time in your sim. So if you want to see what it's like at 7 p.m. in Atlanta, just set your sim time to 7 p.m. in Atlanta, and you will see exactly what it looks like at that time. It's really cool.
Great. We've got time for one more question. Yourself?
Right. Wonderful question. So the question was, how do we work with weather in a world where everybody's living in the same world, but some people can run live weather and some people don't? And the answer is, if you want to exist with other people in your world, not just AI aircraft. Let me back up. If you only want to exist with other AI aircraft, you can run any weather. Well, you can use Active Sky for custom weather. And that would effectively change the operating direction of any airport, right, based on the weather. If you want to exist with other humans, then you'll need to be running live weather, if that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So that wraps up our first presentation for today from SayIntentions. Again, thank you, Brian, for coming up on stage and revealing 3 exciting announcements for us. So next up, we have SoFly, and they have a very special video presentation for you. So let's check it out.
Hello everyone at Flight Sim Weekend. Welcome to the world of SoFly, where we take your Microsoft Flight Simulator experience to the next level. Whether you're a casual flyer or a hardcore simmer, our mission is simple: to make your flights more immersive, visually stunning, and fun. In today's video, we are going to share with you some exciting new updates to our range of products and give you a brief overview on what we offer. Plus, we have a brand new product announcement to share with you at the end. Let's talk about Weather Preset Pro V2. Weather Preset Pro V2 is your ultimate weather transformation tool for Microsoft Flight Simulator. From towering thunderstorms to breathtaking sunsets, our handcrafted presets give you over 200 unique weather scenarios, letting you challenge yourself with extreme conditions or enjoy smooth, scenic flights. No more spending time tweaking sliders. Just select, fly, and experience the elements like never before. We are pleased to announce a new update that adds 30 new presets and new compatibility for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. This update is due to drop later this month. Earlier this year, we released Better Camera Preset Pro. Better Camera Preset Pro is your go-to tool for capturing those perfect moments. Say goodbye to clunky default camera angles. Our one-click presets are designed for cinematic views, better cockpit perspectives, and effortless aircraft spotting. Whether you're an avid content creator or just love smooth, realistic angles, this is the upgrade your camera system needs. Very soon, a fresh update will be released, adding full compatibility for all Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 default aircraft and native support. Expect this update in the next few weeks. At SoFly, we develop a wide variety of tools, missions, and environmental changes to enhance your simulator. We want to see the world feel more alive on every flight, which is why we added all new species of animals to your simulator, including dinosaurs. Or immersing yourself with our range of new environmental sounds, we are confident we have a product for you with eco soundscapes. Our tools like Aircraft Checklist Pro 2024 adds hundreds of checklists built into your sim, whilst Ops Brief Viewer allows you to easily see your latest OFP from SimBrief. To accommodate those who want to give themselves a challenge, flight simmers can use our global landing series of products. These will take you around the world, giving you the chance to test your piloting skills at some of the most challenging airports in the world. For those looking for something more relaxing, we have released a number of products in our Explore series that gives you air tours with fully voiced descriptions of points of interest, landmarks, and interesting facts about the area. Overall, SoFly has developed over 60 products native to Microsoft Flight Simulator, and we have plenty more to come during 2025. Head to our store, SoFly.io, to see our range of products. To celebrate FS Weekend, we are hosting a sale, so please check it out if you're keen to learn more. Finally, we have released a handful of stunningly crafted airports in our time, from the Welsh capital of Cardiff to Ohrid St. Paul the Apostle Airport in North Macedonia. One part of the world that is full of exciting airports is Germany. In fact, there's an exciting airport just 341 kilometers away from us over the border. Please take a look at this.
So there you have it, a quick review presentation from SoFly with the announcement of Hanover Airport coming later this year. So hopefully you're enjoying everything so far with all these announcements, and we have our next presentation from the wonderful team at Navigraph. Every year they come and do some sort of presentation that excites, delights, and I'm so excited to welcome them back on stage for yet again another presentation. So please do put your hands together for Navigraph.
Thank you, Calum. We're 1.5 hours into FS Weekend, and everyone seems to be having a great time. We're having great fun over at our booth. A lot of visitors, a lot of familiar faces, some new faces. And on that note, just so that I know who I am talking to here, could I get a raise of hands of who are first-timers here at FS Weekend this year? All right. Great. Nice to meet you. My name is Magnus. I come from a company called Navigraph, and I'm here with my friend Steven. Navigraph is a company based in Stockholm, Sweden. We specialize in taking software and data from the real aviation domain, and we put it in the flight simulator domain. Most people, they associate Navigraph with airport charts. So when you're taxiing at an airport and you lift off and you follow a procedure and you go into the airways in the sky, you typically use Navigraph charts. To get your simulator up to date and also reflect the conditions on those charts, you typically want to update it with nav data. And these charts and that nav data come from Jeppesen, a Boeing company. We can also use this database to do flight planning. And for this, people can either use Navigraph charts. They go from A to B, and with the press of a little button, they get an automatically calculated route. But if you want to get more involved, we have a website called SimBrief where you can make a flight plan for free, or you subscribe to Navigraph and you get it based on the latest AREX cycle. All right, all of this makes sense to the seasoned pilots, but some are beginners. And I'm not saying that the ones that raise their hands are necessarily beginners, but I would like to introduce you to the fact that soon we will be offering flight training as well. This is a concept that I alluded to last year when we were kindly invited here as well, and we call it Navigraph Academy. So we think that either you're not really secure on how to operate the simulator, or you don't know how to fly an aircraft. And in any case, we would like to teach you how to navigate. So we're releasing a sequence of free videos on YouTube where you can learn how to fly a Cessna 172 along with no less than 3 instructors from the Navigraph team. We have a ground instructor, we have a flight instructor, and then we have a community manager. Many of these people are familiar faces. We have Jason, which you know from the past. We have Martin, who was here on stage last year, but unfortunately he fell ill before coming here, so he's not with us here today. So we're going to try to make the upcoming demo the best we can without his expertise. And then we have Andy, who's our community manager as well, as I think you might recognize from previous YouTube videos. Okie doke. Well, since last year, since we were kindly invited here by Janice and Niels, a lot of things have happened. We're roughly 1.4 million registered users on the Navigraph systems, and Navigraph has grown to become something like 45 employees now, and things are looking good. It's very, very exciting to see what Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 has brought, and it's been highly stimulating, to say the least. Well, reading from the title here, it says Navigraph Charts Feature Announcement, and I'm going to keep you on the edge of your seats for a little bit longer. I'm not going to tell you exactly what you'll be able to try out in our booth right after lunch. But let me just fill in what happened between the last time I was here and today. For instance, we have land cover and solar terminator. Especially land cover is good news for your VFR pilots out there, because now you can be able to tell tree lines much better, farmlands, and different land classifications. And this is especially good for the simulators out there that have stunning graphics, which we're starting to see. It's easier to look out the window and identify those tree lines, for instance. Something that was highly anticipated, which we released as well, was the performance calculator in SimBrief. Here you can decide how you want to load your aircraft and see how quickly it might take off and get your different V-speeds, for instance. We also put SimBrief Dispatch into Microsoft Flight Simulator. Similar to the in-game panel for charts, you now have a window where you can do flight planning inside of the simulator. This was a highly anticipated feature which we included as well. The ability to see virtual traffic from all the major virtual ATC networks. And last but not least, the community effort here all third-party developers that have reached out to us wanting to use our APIs and SDKs, making all this great data available also in your favorite software. At this point, I think there's a video lined up.
VOR DME approach. Runway 18. Transition level flight level.
Yeah, 49 November, pushback start of approved. Pushback start approved, and 49 November. Air France CCTV uniform, standby, 11.905. Standby to 905, FS,
Zero kilometers onward. Cloud G1700 feet. Temperature 6. 3.3. Re-engage 1000 head capacity.
That's right, people. Now you have the ability to use your stylus or keyboard input or finger, for that matter, to jot down those clearances and, or the quick ATIS talk that you might not be able to catch up on. The days when you note things in the sweaty palm of your hand is now over.
All right. So what are scratch pads? For those who might not know, scratch pads are, as Magnuson mentioned, a piece of paper typically, or at least in the past, where you jotted down notes, important notes, clearances. Digital scratch pads have become, in recent days, an integral part of the paperless cockpits. So we provide a space to write notes, clearances, and important data during your flight in a digital way. The Navigraph scratch pad is a dedicated screen in the app, which can be used in various ways, where, for example, using the Apple Pencil gives a very high precision stylus. It's like writing on paper, really. And we have various templates we're going to show you. You can also use the virtual keyboard, which is a new feature. I'm not sure how many have used the annotations feature we released last year, but one additional feature we're going to bring is the keyboard, either to type on the virtual keyboard of the iPad or the physical keyboard of your PC. Right. So to the left here, we see an actual scratch pad used in a real ATR 72. To the right, we see a take on how a scratch pad would look in the Navigraph charts application. On the bottom left here, we see, the pin board is where you have the clips of all the charts you need for a flight, and the pin board is now attached to, the scratch pads are now attached to the pin board. So it's very easy to flip between the charts, the pin board, and the scratch pad. So all this data is readily available during your flight. We mentioned we have some templates. So we have, first of all, some basic just areas to write, lined paper, checkered paper, blank, and just a notepad. And we also have a couple of real templates, for example, PIREP or Pilot Report template. ATIS, we will actually show how to use the ATIS template just after this. We have times out, times in, takeoff and landing data. This we will also show you. And we have a a craft template, which is a way to jot down IFR clearances. Clearance limit, route, altitude, frequency, and transponder. And finally, holding clearances. This is just the beginning. We will add more and are, of course, open to feedback on what you think are important scratch pads. Okay, so as many of you are aware, when flying big planes, it involves typically lots of performance calculations. And one of the tasks involves finding out the takeoff speeds, or the V speeds. In many real aircraft, there is typically an app to do this in the cockpit, which you extract the data from and write it on your physical scratch pad. With Navigraph, you can now do the same thing. And if you didn't know, as Magnus mentioned before, we have now this takeoff, performance, and landing calculator in SimBrief. So we have now run this for an actual flight that we planned from Schiphol back to Stockholm, Arlanda, where we're based. So we will now extract these V speeds. Okay, so here we have our V speeds. And we now use the stylus tool. As you see in the very top bar, we have a couple of tools. The marked blue one now is the stylus, and we're typing with an Apple Pencil. But there we also see the typing tool. The A symbol there is to open the keyboard. We have, of course, different colors and different width, line width, to basically have a good visibility of what you're typing. So that's one way to now get all these data you get from SimBrief readily available during your flight. If you forget them, you just flip to the scratch pad and then back to your charts. So what we typed here was not only the V-speeds, but we can also type down the input data to SimBrief. For example, the runway, the weight, the flaps, the thrust, and temperature. All this data can go into the scratch pad. The next thing to show is the ATIS. So the ATIS, as you may know, is the automatic weather report given over radio at many large airports. Getting this data involves listening to this audio and writing down the weather. Let's see how this can be done now.
Quebec. Time 0850. Wind 250 at 13 knots. Visibility more than 10 kilometers. Clouds scattered, 1,100 feet. Broken, 2,500 feet. Temperature 11. Dew point 10. QNH, 1012. This was Schiphol Information Quebec.
So this is an example where this data is typically read out quite fast like this, and having a stylus readily available or typing with your finger or noting with your finger is quite effective. So this is something that we have been implementing in the best way possible to have this sort of real feel of typing or actually writing with your pen. So this is something this is another example where the scratch pads are super useful, because this is something you hear on beforehand, and you want to have this data available when you're flying. Okay, so there are many templates available, and we're open to new ideas of additional ones that we can implement. And right now we have the blank ones to just write down any notes, which can also be very useful. We take also, of course, The forum is one place where we take feedback, but the most important is talking to people, especially visitors at a conference like this. So the conversations we have in the booth are super important to get to know what might be friction points, what could be good additions, and how we can evolve this product. And this might seem like a small feature, but it's one of those really quality of life features that we prioritize because it makes life easier. We have a very long roadmap, and there are lots of exciting things to come. This is not released yet, but will be very soon.
Very soon is something that we're going to trademark, by the way.
Typical developer. All right, any questions? Come to our booth.
It's very interesting to talk to you guys in the booth. You got to have a really strong poker face because some of the features that you're suggesting has been in development for a little bit over a year at Navigraph. And since we're mindful about our developers and not to prematurely market anything, I can't say anything, and nor can Stephen. But some of the suggestions that you've been mentioning here are well underway. What we do typically once per year is that we have a workshop where we bring up all these ideas and then we plot them into a diagram that basically goes user value on the y-axis and effort on the x-axis. And then we plot all the features in that we have received during the past year, and then we work diagonally down. So the proverbial low-hanging fruit is what we complete first, and the stuff that is more advanced takes a little bit longer. But all of your suggestions are noted, and I can't tell you enough how much we appreciate the feedback that we get from you guys. So the smallest thing you have, please come see us in the booth, or for those of you watching online right now, the forum, we have a wish list there where you can enter your thoughts, and we'll get to all the requests one by one, I assure you. Another way in which we have connection with the community is through our survey. And it's not only users, but also partners. And by partners, I mean people that are arranging conferences. We have developers, media outlets, we have resellers, we have publishers, basically everyone in the community, I would say, I dare to say, is represented in this survey that has been running for many years now. We typically have something like 25,000 respondents. It was published last week, and it's running through this weekend until Monday. So if you haven't responded to this survey just yet, I suggest you do, because it's an excellent way to provide feedback not only to Navigraph, but to all of the developers and the aforementioned partners that are using this survey to guide their future development. It will be online until Monday. It's this year it's I think 58 questions, so slightly shorter than previous years. Perhaps scan this code right now, and on your way home, on the train or how you decided to get here, provided that you're not the designated driver, fill it out. And on that note, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
We do have 2 minutes if you want to take any questions from any of the audience. Any questions? I see someone just up there. So the question is about having this scratchpad feature on VR.
We hope to bring it to the in-game panel, which is available in VR. There are some things we need to resolve, but that's the plan, to have it available in VR too. Yep.
Excellent. Any more questions for Navigraph? Yes.
To get the traffic in the in-game panel? Yes. We would like to do that too. We're struggling a bit with performance because the in-sim panel is sort of running, or it can affect the performance of the simulator. So we need to find a good balance there of the features that we bring in, that they don't affect the simulator negatively. It's absolutely a desire of ours to get also the ATC traffic into the simulator itself, yes. When?
When? I know the answer to this. Soon.
Not very soon.
Oh yeah. So
That's the one you trademarked.
Crap. Okay.
Lovely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Navigraph, thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Navigraph. Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the alpha session. So thank you ever so much for attending today's session. We hope you've enjoyed the last 40 minutes from SayIntentions, SoFly, and Navigraph. One quick reminder, we do have obviously the giveaway for the Stream Deck XL, so please do scan that QR code, send us your details, and we can put you in the raffle for that. And also, MobiFlight, if you don't already know, they are doing a very cool cockpit home sort of building session over in the other side where all the hardware is. So if you are interested in cockpit building, that's going to be a really good little session for you to sign up to and even take home what you create today. So if you are coming back for the Bravo section, we do need you to leave and then re-enter, as they are different tickets. But please do for now. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of FS Weekend.
Ja. De uitgang is onderin, aan de kant waar je bent binnengekomen. Onderin aan de linkerkant van het toneel. Linkerkant onder. Exit is downstairs on the left side of the stage. Downstairs, left side. Thank you.
Test. Oh, it works. Hello. Are we all okay? I'll try that again. Are we all okay? Excellent. Good. Welcome to Bravo session. My name is Callum from FSElite. It's a real privilege to be on stage here at FS Weekend. So firstly, let's just put our hands together for the organisers of FS Weekend who've done an amazing job at setting everything up so far, yeah? Good. So if you haven't already been to one of the sessions today, this is the second one of the weekend. This is our Bravo session. And during the session, you're going to see some really cool announcements from Flight Sim Studio, Parallel 42, and also OnAir as well. So the way these sessions work is you're going to stay here for the next 30, 40 minutes or so. I see some... Is that a question already? No? Can I ask a question? Don't have an answer. So the sessions are going to be about 40 minutes long. You're going to see 3 different presentations, some cool announcements, and some other little bits in between as well. So hopefully it's going to be exciting enough to keep you in your seats for the entire duration of today. When we have finished today's presentation, the exit will be down here to your left, okay? So down the stairs, out this side of the auditorium. But we'll let you know when that is also the case as well. So a couple housekeeping things as well from me just before we do begin. And I want to just briefly mention about the Flight Sim Awards that happened yesterday evening. So if you didn't already watch, a bunch of us, so from CruiseLevel, FSElite and Threshold, in conjunction with our partners Aerosoft and also FS Weekend, we put together the first of an annual event called the Flight Sim Awards, where we celebrate the best of the best in flight simulation. It was down to a community vote and also our expert series of panelists who put together a list of curated items, and then we had some fantastic winners last night who all received little trophies to celebrate their achievement at being one of the best add-ons for Flight Simulator. You can watch that back right now on one of many websites, including YouTube, if you want to see those winners as well. But it really is a way to celebrate what is going to be another awesome year of flight simulation content this year. Another piece of housekeeping, you may have received one of these as you walked in, from one of our amazing partners, Flight Panels. They're giving you an opportunity to win a Stream Deck XL. All you need to do, scan the QR code, fill in some details, and you'll be put into a raffle, and we'll announce that one later. So if you have a card, or even if you don't have a card, as long as you can find the QR code at some point, just fill it in, and we'll get that sorted for you. And that just brings me on to finally our... For those who are watching at home, OnAir have done an amazing job at sponsoring this event so that everybody who may not even be here at FS Weekend gets an opportunity to watch all these amazing presentations. So, with all that said, are you ready to see some stuff? You did better on the second time. Go again. Yeah, there we go. So, it leaves me with great pleasure to welcome to the stage Flight Sim Studio.
Hello guys. Oh, good to see so many people in. Welcome to the Bravo session. And before we get started and talk about a lot of great things, I want to introduce you to some of our team members that are here today at our booth right behind this wall. And they are pretty special. Let's start with Jan. Jan is our A320 captain flying in Germany on a daily basis. And whenever he's bored in his hotel, he puts out his laptop and works for us. And this is very interesting because he's responsible for all the flight dynamics. And the flight dynamics are, a lot of people say that they are great in terms of hand flying. So that's all his job. Thank you so far and welcome to FS Weekend. And then we have Iqbal, who is our operations manager, who is taking care of every daily activity in our company in terms of projects. So he keeps it going every day. And we brought him in from Jakarta, Indonesia, straight to FS Weekend to experience the thrill of flight simulation and this event. So big cheerio for Iqbal. All right, so if you want to talk to those guys, just head over to our booth and discuss with them later on. And now we're going to look into more interesting projects. So we are all looking forward to the E-Jets, and you want to hear a lot about it, I know. But since we released the 727, there are a lot of interested people in it, and we were overwhelmed by the interest in this aircraft. So initially we thought, okay, let's just do this one aircraft. And I want to see your hands. Who is flying the 727 Classic from you? Okay, a few. Now, if you turn around to your neighbor and ask, why are you not flying the 727? You might get some answers on this. For example, the 727 is too complex to operate. And for that, we have created the Crew Manager. The Crew Manager is a little device that helps you operating the aircraft. And it runs through like the checklist for you. It operates the flight engineering panel. And the interesting thing is, because it says I can only fly an Airbus, right? I tested and compared like what takes more time, setting up the Airbus or setting up the 727 with this Crew Manager. And it turned out it's actually easier to fly the 727 with this, at least in terms of setting up the systems, than an Airbus. Unexpected, but that works out. So it's too difficult to navigate. Well, yeah, that's an old aircraft, but we put in a lot of assistance systems. So for example, okay, this is not as easy as it looks like. That's the INS. If you're into Classic, we have the GNS 530 from working title. We have the PMS GTN 750, which is the next generation of that device. Then the TDS GTN XI, which is even yet a more modern version. And lately, we also brought in the GNS XLS, which is an old-school flight management computer, but it has it all. VNAV, SIDS, stars, whatever you like, holdings, etc. So there's no excuse to not fly this aircraft so far. The 727 is not flying reliably. Well, the autopilot obviously is old. It's not a bug, it's actually a feature. So people or real-world pilots in our group say, yeah, we usually fly it by hand in approach, for example. Let's see. Do we have some sounds on it? Not essential, but there we go. right, so that's how you should do it. And believe me, it's a lot of fun. If you have a challenging flight and land this smoothly afterwards, it's just fantastic. I'm flying it very, very often, and it really, to me, it's a lot of fun. But of course, there are other reasons. Yeah, it misses some charming flight attendants. Well, initially we did the freighter version, and people ask, why did you do the freighter version? The reason was because that thing is still operating, only a few though, but it's still in service. But yeah, people asked for the passenger version, so it's coming up. If you want to see it, come to our booth. We have the current version in there, and it's going to be, hopefully going to be released in April. So in like four weeks roughly, hopefully. We're going to see. So I got some screenshots for you. Of course, we have some iconic liveries. And we also have a custom cabin, of course. Livery creators can modify the seats and textures, etc. So it's all coming up, and we are just about to stitch everything together and get it ready for release. Yes, so if you're into that, you're going to be served soon. Yeah, the 727 is just too old. If you're just not into flying classic airliners, and if you have never tried it, then go for it and try it. If not, well, we're all looking forward to... No, not E-Jets, but a more modern version. Super 27. If you don't know what Super 27 is, it's an enhancement of the 727 with various improvements, mostly regarding the navigation equipment, but also there are different systems included. So we're going to rework this a little bit to enhance the cockpit with a more modern EFIS, for example, so a digital primary flight display, for example. Then some instruments are changed. We have a digital fuel gauge on the flight engineers panel, and yeah, just a little bit a different setup. This will be an extension to the existing product, so it's not fully a standalone thing, but you can just add it if you like. There is no ETA yet because we're still working on it. It's in full swing, so yeah, we cannot really show you something right now, but it's going to be there. All right. So, yeah, we have the freighter version, the passenger version is about to come up, and then we have the Super 27. And I'm really happy that the interest of the people, of you all, is so big that we can actually do this, because it's quite unexpected for us. We didn't think about doing like the entire series, but now we're working on it, and yeah, that's a great thing. Okay, now, okay, the 727 is not an E-Jet, that's right. That's correct. So today I'm here to show you what we got so far. And I can do that in the presentation now. I'm going to show you a video. However, we also have the same build at our booth. So if you don't believe what you see here, just come over and try it out. However, this is an in-development build, so it's not meant to be used on a daily basis. That's why we don't release it at the moment. But you can clearly see what we are working on and how far we are. All right. That's what we currently have, and it's a joy to fly. So come over and test it out. You're gonna fly a test route from and to Lelystad with full vertical situation display, with your top of climb, with your top of descent, and that works great. And then if you ask, why are you not releasing it? Because it works great. And I remember like last year, we had the FlyByWire presentation of the A380 where everyone said, well, it's working, why don't you release it? Well, here's the reason. The demo case works, yes. But if you select another airport, like another departure or anything else, it might not work or it might entirely break it up. So we need to work through each stage of it. And that's what and that's what we're currently into. So we have an internal LNAV testing, which means that means the autopilot is currently being tested. And once we feel comfortable and once all MCDU pages are completed and we are ready to go, then we're going to do an experimental testing, which means we will invite a couple of people and they're going to test it on their daily flight, so we can see how the system works on other routes, on other airports, etc. And then we're going to do an internal VNAV testing. Maybe that will be at the same time, because even though we shaped it up to be ready here at FSWeekend, the VNAV autopilot is just at the moment disabled because it's not working reliably. We're working on that. But you can still perfectly use it with a vertical situation display. So we're going to test that too. And once that's working, we're going to go into an experimental testing again, or maybe just do it as a big testing on both, on LNAV and VNAV. And then we're going to release it. The build is still flyable, but just because it's not reliably working in all circumstances, we don't want to release it to public. You can, as I said, you can go and try it out yourself. And if you ask when this will be ready, well, that depends on how many bugs we find. But usually we focus on presentations or big FS events. So like FSWeekend, next up is FS Expo. So if I would bet for something, I would always look out forward to these events. And if you want to join the experimental testing group, at least you want to try to get in, then this is your QR code. It's our newsletter. We're going to send out invitations through the newsletter, registrations for this experimental testing. We don't know when that's going to be happening, but as soon as it will, you're going to be informed. This is not for like public testing, as I said, it's just a selected group, and then we're going to extend it one by one. And yeah, I think that concludes this presentation. I'm looking forward to meet you at the booth and experience both like the 727, the E-Jets. There are more projects coming up, that's for sure, but we don't have enough time to talk about that yet. Maybe at the booth. So feel free to pass by, enjoy the stay, and have a great time here.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Lovely. So big shout out to FSS for coming here today to show us the 727 and their E-Jets as well. We hope you enjoyed that presentation. Right now, though, we do have a very special video from our friends at Parallel 42. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here in person today. However, they did want to make sure that you guys, the community, were fully aware of Chaseplane. Now, if you don't already know, Chaseplane is a camera system that was originally developed for FSX and prepared back in the day, and we have been clamoring for one in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm not going to do too much talking. Instead, I'm going to hand it over to Parallel 42.
Good morning, FSWeekend. I'm Kevin from Parallel 42. While we can't be there this year, we're hoping to be there next year. Chaseplane, a project years in the making, is now coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. If you were in this community in the FSX days, you'll remember how meaningful this project is. It's a full replacement for Microsoft Flight Sim's camera system. We brought back some of the features that got lost in the transition to Microsoft Flight Sim. Things as simple as having a centered spot view. In the default sim, the outside view behaves more like a first-person shooter or racing game. With Chaseplane, the aircraft is centered on your screen, like it has been in all previous versions of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Tower views and flyby views are making a comeback. With a single button, you can position the camera at the nearest control tower and watch yourself buzz the tower. We're also bringing back features from the original chase plane. Things like accurate physics and cinematics mode. Today I want to show you some of the core features of this new version of Chaseplane. Starting with view creation. In Chaseplane you can create as many custom views as you want in all camera modes. You're no longer limited with the 10 views the sim allows. When you load into an aircraft for the first time, the views created by the aircraft developers are imported automatically. From there you can adjust them to your liking, delete them, or create new ones. You can even make world views that are positioned in the world and aren't attached to the aircraft. We're also innovating in the way we select views. With Smart View, you can simply look in the general direction of an instrument view, and with a click, switch to that view temporarily. This also works with Track IR. That means you can look at an instrument with your head and go to it with a single button press. Cinematics mode is part of the DNA of Chaseplane. It allows you to observe your aircraft at cruise like it's an airliner commercial. You can manually enable cinematics mode or let it auto-enable at cruise. It works automatically regardless of the aircraft you're flying. We've watched countless hours of video footage and created an algorithm that makes it feel natural and cinematic. Now you can sit back, relax, and let the magic happen. And finally, a core feature of Chaseplane is accurate camera physics. Here's how Chaseplane's camera compare to the default system in Microsoft Flight Sim. You can see we've made the camera a lot more dynamic and responsive to the aircraft's movements. Now, the human body will behave differently than, say, an action camera mounted on the tail. In Chaseplane, you can choose from multiple camera types. Each type treats physics differently. Human views will look and feel as they should from a pilot's or passenger's perspective. Pilot views will anticipate aircraft movement based on control inputs, while passenger views are more reactive and cannot anticipate movements as much. Mounted cameras behave more like a GoPro that is physically mounted to the aircraft. In this view, the camera is attached to the tail and reacts to the aircraft's movement like an action camera should. On this one, we have the gimbal enabled, where it keeps the camera leveled with the horizon. You may recognize this perspective, as it is often seen in videos that were captured using a 360 camera. You can configure all of this and so much more in Chaseplane. And before we go, I wanted to show you a short film. We wanted to put the cinematics features to the test, so we reached out to our friend Maurice at Aviation Lads and asked him to create a film where every scene is 100% automated using cinematics mode. What follows is the result: a film made with a single button press. Chaseplane is available now for Club 42 members on the Parallel 42 website for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. A 2024 version will be released when it's ready, and will be available as a free upgrade for 2020 users for a limited time. Thank you for watching our little demo, and enjoy FS Weekend.
Thank you, Parallel 42, for sending us in that long video in order for us to understand Chaseplane just a little bit better. As Kevin mentioned, it is available now for Club 42 members through the Parallel 42 website. So that leads us nicely onto our final presentation for the Bravo session. One of our key partners in Flight Sim Weekend is OnAir. They have been kind enough to sponsor the online viewing, so for anyone watching right now online, it is of thanks to these guys for supporting the show and then enabling you guys at home to be able to watch this and not be here with us today in person. So please put your hands together now for OnAir.
Hello. Hello, thank you for joining. I am Antoine Becker, one of the founders of OnAir. My English is not very good, but I think we will manage. So, for people who don't know us, I will make a short presentation of the company and also a short presentation of the product. You have tomorrow another session that demonstrates what the product is making today. But today, I will show features that are going to come in the near future and also next year. So, okay, we are not really new to flight simulation because in '97 we already published a product with Lago. Maybe some of you remember this time. It was Wind Planner. I will not go into detail, but it was the first ATC we had on a product like Sublogic ATP. Maybe some of you remember. And in '98, we started prototyping OnAir. Some session with people on Lago. Maybe some of you know Matthijs, which is now in PMDG. He was part of the team at the start. But it was, of course, too early because at this time, internet was not very good and we need internet. And the players there were few players. So it was not easy to launch it at this time. So we stopped, and for 20 years, we made other work. We worked for Microsoft in big projects like bank and so on. But now, in 2020, we started the project again, and we presented the concept here at Lelystad in a little room, and it was the start of the work. And we worked for 5 years with support of many customers. We needed feedback because we want to do a product that you will use. So, I will not go into the full detail of what OnAir makes. You will have the opportunity to see the slide after this presentation. But in one word, OnAir is a multiplayer economic simulation. And you have 3 main ways to have fun. Because what we seek is to give you good reason to fly. And you have 3 main ways: charters, routes, and industries. So the charter, here is an example of one screen we have, are flight you made. And when the flight is finished, you have your money, you have your XP. When you use routes, it's another thing. You start to make some patterns. We choose to make weekly patterns because we think the week is a good way to measure things. When we fly at home, sometimes we have you are in vacation, so we don't need to make. We can fly all the day. And at other time, you are big work, so you cannot use this. And we have a feature where we speak about this feature just after, who is going to freeze the company when you need and restart when you come back. Okay, see, here is the industry. I will not speak in detail. I have a little short video just after to demonstrate this aspect. When you use industry, you can benefit of airport ownership. In this game, currently we have 3 worlds with 3 difficulty levels. The first one is a cumulus, where you don't need to worry about money. You can be billionaire in 2 weeks. And the 2 other worlds are much more hardcore. And next year, we speak a little about this after. Next year, we will have another world which is really hardcore with only player economics. Because in this world, the user told us we need fuel at all airports. Okay, we put fuel at all airports. But in the next world, you will have no choice. You have to produce your fuel and to sell it to other players. There is new fuel given by the system. But this is for next year, if all is going well. But if you own airport, if you have industry on your own airport, you can, if you choose to, position 3D models in the simulator. The models are injected when a player that is using OnAir goes in the vicinity. So you can have a base camp like this, with small industries on it, or you can also build a big industrial area in an airport. The base camp is a small airport that you place where you want. A base camp, you can choose a lake in the mountains and put a base camp. And when you have a base camp, it's a little airport and you can do things, do jobs, do it. Industry and so on. This is the onboarding mode. When you start playing, you don't need to manage your whole company at the start. You can start by using the onboarding mode where you just have to fly. It's very simple to utilize. And when it's finished, you can use the advanced mode. And at any time, if you need to make a pause in the flying, you can use the freelance only mode. In this mode, your company will not spend money. The credit, the XP will not go down. You can only go up. Because when you fly as freelance, you can only get money. You don't have to spend money. So we have 2 different modes. The advanced, which was the normal mode until last year, and now the onboarding mode or freelance mode, and you can switch between the 2. Okay, we now have many little objects flying in the world. More than a few thousand objects all time in the world. And we needed an architecture which was adapted. So this is the architecture. What we have at this moment is only the little thing here. But this is the work. The 5 years we spent were here. We need to have a balance, the capability of have scalability. So if you are interested, you can meet us on the booth, Sim Market booth. I can explain why this is capable of hold many users. Because at some time, we have peak hours and we need to be here. And we had only 1 shutdown in 5 years at the start. Now, I think we'll have soon. This is the other session tomorrow where we have really detail. It's a video about the product. Now, what is coming very soon, next update. For users that use already OnAir, here are the new things. Favorite airports, route, build on these favorite airports via enhancement, because we had several sessions for get the virtual airline feedback, and we try to adapt the product to their needs. So we will start the part 2. And we also have a feature which was asked for a long time. It's advanced crew management. A little demonstration. Okay. Here you can import your airport from your sceneries. When this is done, you have a list of airports here at the left. And with this airport, you can build your route patterns. You can also make other things. Here is an example with the route. And you can use several parameters to generate different patterns. I remember this is a weekly pattern. When you have a weekly pattern, you have to make all the flights from the route in the week. On the week after, you start again. The flight can, of course, be done by AI pilots, but with 2 clicks, you can give the order to do it yourself. You have time, so one of the flight or all for 1 week is going to be done by yourself. So you just choose, you click. This was already possible, but with much clicks. Now it's very simple. Okay. So here we are going to change. You can, of course, when a pattern is generated, you can yourself modify all the things that are generated. You can, for example, choose to change the day or to remove one route, to add one. You can make what you want. And this feature is available in onboarding mode and also in the advanced mode. You can use it when you need it. Of course, here's some detail. When you need an AI pilot, you can ask the system to ferry him to a certain location, or use a travel token. I will not speak about travel token, maybe on the booth if you come. So, ouais, pas trop le temps. Yeah, you have some screen. Where is a free trial, a 17-day free trial. So you can use it to test the product. Here is the next step. In the current state, the industries are in beta. And we gathered all feedback. Now we are able to make the last adjustment and go out of the beta. So we will add some production chain. We will also open the production chain so users can do their own production chains. We will also enhance the user interface. The product has 5 years of feedbacks from users. Some aspects are complex to use because the user interface is many clicks to do. It works, but many clicks. So we started to rework. The first step we made several months ago was the freelance mode. If you test the product, if you go in the freelance mode, you will have a look at what we are aiming for the user interface. Much more simpler. But the features are the same, and it's full compatible. Of course, you don't have to change the company and so on. It's full compatible. The other thing is crew management. Crew management is a capacity to assign a crew, not just one pilot, one co-pilot on AI crew. The workshop. When you use OnAir, you can, on several airports, offer services to other players. To do propose reparation, you need to build a workshop. The workshop will be now changed and will be built on the industry feature. So it will be much more simpler to use, and you will have detail. When you look at a workshop, you will see how the mechanics are working on which aircraft. You will have a workstation and so on to see what is going into, because in the current state, the workshop is a sort of black box. With this, you will have all the details. And we also, a great thing we are starting to do is to integrate with some aircraft we will choose. Because we support 4,000 add-ons. Some add-ons are really small, made by one user, but some add-ons are very used. And we will choose some add-on and we will integrate deeper. Use LVARs, use some things, because in the current state, we support generic SIM-Connect connection with all the aircraft. With this feature, we will have much more data from the aircraft, but we need to make code specific to each aircraft. This is the team. We are a very short team. We are 4 people full-time, and there is Tom. He's working also with SayIntentions, which is coming in our Discord, is our community manager. Okay. Was time? Okay, so what I wanted to say is that if we could make this product, it is because you send us the right feedback. We want to make a product what you want to use. So I encourage you to go into your Discord or to use every support we have to send us things you want to do in this kind of product. And we will try, because it's not always possible, we'll try to include it in some release. Yeah. So I will stop here because I think it's time. Okay? And I think, thank you. And my English.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Your English is far better than my French, so you have nothing to worry about whatsoever. We do have time for 1 or 2 questions if you want to take some questions. Yeah? Any questions? Can't see. Don't think. Is there a hand? Shout if there is. No. Okay, no problem.
Don't hesitate to try the product. You have a free, no credit card needed to try. Eh? Very important.
I love the plug. Excellent. Okay, well, thank you so very much. That concludes the Bravo session. We hope you've enjoyed seeing some of the new announcements coming from some of our flight simulation partners and developers, also from Parallel 42, and of course, one of our major partners, OnAir, who is also sponsoring the online section of this show. So that just leaves me to say thank you to our audience here live at Lillestad and at FS Weekend, and also to our online audience. We're going to take a little lunch break now before we do our Charlie session. Just to let you know, the next session will be a panel session where we're going to be discussing the future of flight simulation, and we're going to have some industry experts here on stage, joined by myself, where I will be hosting, and asking them some questions about what they think the future of flight simulation will be all about. And you're welcome to join us, ask us questions, and just kind of pick our brains about what we think will be happening in 2025. So as a reminder, if you have one of those little leaflets from Flight Panels, please do fill it out in order to win a Stream Deck XL. And we're super excited to be able to welcome you back in approximately 1 hour's time for the Charlie session. But that just leaves me to say thank you again and enjoy the rest of FS Weekend. And as a final reminder, the exit is down and to the left. Down to the left. Thank you. Hello, welcome, good afternoon. How are you feeling? You can always tell when someone's just had something to eat because you're all very tired and sleepy and quiet. Let me try that again. How are you feeling? There we go. Good. So my name is Callum, and it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you to the FSElite Theatre here at FS Weekend. So far this morning, we have had 6 different presentations. I just had to think about that for a moment. From a range of exciting developers talking about brand new product announcements, sharing updates to current airports and aircraft, and also some video trailers from some of our partners as well. It's been a really, really exciting morning, but this session today, right now, the Charlie session that you're sat in right now, is going to be a little bit different. Instead of a product reveal or announcements, instead, I'm going to be joined very shortly by 4 different panelists, and they are subject matter experts at flight simulation, and we're going to talk all about what the future of flight simulation holds. But before we do that, I just have a few housekeeping things just to let you all know. Firstly, once we have finished the session today, which should take about 40 to 45 minutes, when you exit the theatre, you're going to come down the stairs and take your exit to the left. Down the stairs and to the left. In addition to that, as you walked in, or just a few moments ago, I was handing out some of these. These are from our partners at Flight Panels, and it's given you the opportunity to win one of these, a Stream Deck XL. All you need to do on your little thing here, and if you didn't get one, then just find one from your neighbor, is scan the QR code, fill in your details, and at the end of this session, we will, at the beginning of the next session, the Delta session, we will announce the winner of this, and you can come and collect it from us today. Finally, on that note, in terms of competitions, there are 2 yellow envelopes, and I can see someone's already found one, on 2 random chairs in here. So if you haven't already found a yellow envelope, check under your chair right now, kind of on the base of it, and see if you've been one of our lucky winners today. If you do have it, please hold it up for us. Woo! 1 winner there. Maybe another winner, or maybe not. Depends on the seat. But congratulations to the gentleman who found it. You've just won yourself something from Flight Panels, one of their profiles as well, which is going to be a really useful tool, especially if you use airliner aircraft. So, with all the housekeeping out the way, I just want to say thank you again. If you're currently on the stairs and stuff, please do come on down. There are plenty of seats still kind of in this section, a couple of seats down on the base level here as well. I promise you it's far more comfortable than on the stairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, without further ado, I'm going to welcome 4 of my closest comrades in flight simulation. We have Magnus from Threshold, I have Jamie, also known as London Controller, I have Julius from CruiseLevel, and finally I have my Irish friend, TwoToneMurphy. Please put your hands together for my panelists. Excellent. Well, thank you guys very much for joining me on this very special occasion, and welcome to FS Weekend. How are you feeling?
Thank you for being invited. Feeling great. It's as packed as last year, or is it more?
More packed, definitely.
More packed?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people here.
Especially the hardware exhibition is really, really packed. A lot of people there.
Yeah.
What is the reason for that?
WinWing stuff is just so popular.
Yeah, it is.
I could barely get to speak to them. It was just crowded.
It's my first FS Weekend, and to see everything, and I've watched back through the years, of course, but to be on site and to see so many people here, and we're all here for the same purpose, right? It's very exciting, and it's great. And the weather's fantastic. It's cold, but it's dry.
I mean, this is the first year I've come to Amsterdam, to Lillestad, and it's been sunny outside, and I've bought coats, jackets galore, and I'm like, oh, I don't actually need them this year.
Sure.
Well. Anyway, so before we begin, I think it's just going to be right to kind of spend a little moment just introducing yourself, a little bit about what you do, and kind of why you think you're suited for today's panel. We'll start over there with yourself, Two-Tone.
No pressure. I'm Murph, and I stream on Twitch and on YouTube, a flight sim content creator. Basically, I sit there and just try and have a good time and connect with my community. Focuses very much on general aviation, a little bit of the airliner stuff too, but for me, it was all about kind of creating, you know, our own kind of safe environment that everyone can share their hobby. And over the years, we've seen it with the different sims, the updated sims, and the popularity of flight simming. It's now huge. It was almost like, so you have any hobbies? Yeah, I'm a flight simmer. People are like, you do what? So it's now really after taking off, and it's still very much the beginning. So I have a small bit of real world experience. I was training prior to COVID, and then the simulator is, well, it's not as risky or expensive as real world flying. So that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, for me, it's all about the community, having this environment for folks to learn, have a good time, and just enjoy the hobby.
You say not expensive, but have you seen the prices out on some of those things? If you can afford a Scholarkey thing, then great. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to have you on the panel today. Thank you.
All right, hallo zusammen. My name is Julius. I've always have my entourage with me. I'm kind of a editor-in-chief with CruiseLevel. We are a German-speaking news website, news blog reporting on flight simulation. And I've been simming for, I think, too many years, maybe about 30 years, and I was always really interested in the hobby. And what we do is in CruiseLevel, we are kind of a collective of people. Some of them are streaming. We do a podcast, which is a German-speaking podcast, which is called Die Simulanten. And yeah, what we do from week to week is discuss flight simulation, take a looking glass to the community, what is happening, and there's so much happening that it's sometimes really, really hard to catch up. And and then a weekend like this, of course, is perfect because you can connect and you can refresh yourself, or you can fresh up very, very fast. And yeah, that's me.
Amazing. Thank you again for joining us. And yesterday we co-hosted, a few of us, at the Flight Sim Awards yesterday. So if you haven't already seen that, please do check it out, because we celebrated some of the best of the best in flight simulation, didn't we? Awesome. Thank you very much. Jamie.
I'm Jamie, London Controller on Twitch. I've been streaming now for about 6 years, or just under 6 years. I mainly focus on the airline stuff, probably best known for loud music and lots of party vibes. So, yeah, I also do controlling alongside as the flying as well. So I'll fly from A to B, or fly a rotation and then maybe do some controlling. And, yeah, I've just been doing that I've been flight simming for about 11, 12 years now. And I think I'm definitely suited for this panel to be able to talk about the trends and what the future holds for flight sim.
Well, you say 11, 12 years, but you don't look old enough. You look like you're 11 or 12.
I'm taking that as a compliment. If I do get ID'd now, I'm well happy about it. So, yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Thank you, Jamie, for joining us.
Pleasure.
And last but by no means least, Magnus.
Yeah, I'm Magnus Lorvik. I'm from Norway, and I'm the CEO and owner of Threshold. We have an editorial, news articles, and web shop, and we have a forum. And we've started out because we didn't like FSElite, so we thought they needed some competition, and we gave you some.
Yeah, you did.
But we're good friends. Little did I know back in 2017 that my beginner's guide for X-Plane back then would evolve into me moderating some obscure X-Plane Facebook group. And from that, we decided to create Threshold. And 7 years later, I'm here on stage. It's pretty insane.
It is. And I think it's insane for anyone who kind of sits on this panel to think this little hobby we were doing is like when we were younger and stuff has now turned into such an amazing opportunity for all of us to be able to make full-time jobs out of it, or find different kind of ways to still and do it, but then provide back to the community as well, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure.
Definitely.
Excellent. Well, these are our panelists. As you can tell, they've definitely got a lot of knowledge and experience behind them. So now we're going to talk about some questions, and what we're going to try and do is have a conversation and then also open it up to you guys as well if you have any questions for any of our panelists today. So really my first question, and kind of what led me to think of this topic in the first place, thinking back to 2024, I think we had a very exciting year of different simulators being released. We had massive updates to pre-existing simulators, and the add-ons that were created and released as well were some of the most realistic and in-depth that we've seen. Thinking overall, and I'll start with yourself, Julius, what do you think the current state of flight simulation is? Are you excited by it? Are you nervous? Are there things that you think worry you, or maybe really, really you're looking forward to in the future?
Well, I think I have never dreamed of that the situation will be like this, like we have it now in 2025. And I would say it's almost overwhelming because I'm a flight sim nerd and I want to try out everything. But how do you do that when you just have 7 days a week and 24 hours a day? You know, I want to fly an X-plane. I want to try the TOLIS. I want to check out the new releases for MS 2024. But there is still stuff going on in 2020, and then there is DCS with modules. So I think this is really great, and I think it shows how the community and how flight simulation kind of has developed in the last 20 years. And to answer the question about the future, I think. There's one guy from Microsoft, I think he's called Jörg, or sometimes he always says the sky is the limit, and I think we are beyond that. I think maybe Mars is the limit now, or the sun is the limit, I don't know. So I think we are looking at a bright future. I don't know what you guys think, but yeah, definitely.
I was going to say exactly the same, really. I mean, I must admit, I was a little bit nervous when the 2024 release happened and it wasn't quite as smooth as everyone had anticipated it to be. But, you know, it's come on leaps and bounds in the last few months. And, I mean, we've had the Builds A350 release, which is just a phenomenal aircraft. You can't really get much better than that. The Phoenix is just getting better with update after update. I must admit, I don't do too much X-Plane, so I don't really know that side in DCS, but
you should.
Yeah, I know, should do. But yeah, 2024 is in a really good place, and I think it can just only get better now.
I don't know who coined the saying, but they had said that we're living in the golden age of flight simulation, right? I mean, we've seen this now with the changes that Microsoft have brought to the table with 2020 and 24. X-Plane, of course, going from 11 onto 12, DCS, but there's also more now coming into the fray as well, and that's so expansive because you get into your hardware, you get into the software add-ons, and as you mentioned, I mean, you see the floor out there. Some of the hardware stuff is like, this was like prohibitive back in the day. You wouldn't have the price of force feedback or some of the most realistic looking equipment. It'd be like 20,000, 30,000, maybe. You might be lucky. Now it's very accessible. So I think it is like we're still very much in this golden age of our hobby, which is flight sim.
Yeah, hardware is coming down in pricing, and force feedback is coming down in pricing. WinWing is here and showcasing excellent products. Moza, another Chinese company, coming in and delivering really good products as well. I think, in a sense, the fact that we had the Flight Sim Awards this year, we couldn't have had it prior. I think we're now in kind of a shift towards becoming a larger, more tight-knit community, which has a really bright future, in my opinion. Definitely. So I completely agree with everyone here.
Absolutely.
I think the tight-knit community is just so important as well for flight sim. It's niche, but you say tight-knit, but I also think with the release of 2020 and 2024, it's opened up the sim to so many more people.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's, become so mainstream now. You don't have to do airlines. You don't have to do just GA. You don't have to do... You've got these activities, you've got these missions that you can do, which could be slightly better in some areas. But yeah, it's definitely become more mainstream, and the hardware as well. We were literally just saying as well, the hardware, the quality is just incredible now for a price that is so affordable to so many people. So yeah, it's great to see.
Yeah, and I think what has been quite interesting walking around myself as well, there's a lot of VR headsets. VR has been around for quite a while now, but I think the accessibility of it is much more better. And you mentioned as well, Jamie, about 2020, 2024 kind of opening the floodgates a little bit more to people who may not have experienced flight simulation before through using Xbox Game Pass or using it through an Xbox, just because that's so much more affordable than a big PC, which we've probably all got. But the point being, I think flight simulation as a hobby is growing, which is only a good thing. Do you find, especially as content creators, though, that we are seeing a lot more critique for products, or we're seeing a lot more vocal people online, especially in kind of like your communities on chats and stuff like that? And maybe, Murph, we can start with you.
I think we are, and like it's kind of the trend. It's the direction of where our entire community is going. We're more aware. We're more. We've been exposed to the new technology, the next gen graphics. We've the hardware. So we're a lot quicker, I suppose, to kind of see. Well, here's an add-on and it's very opportunistic and there's a price tag on it and it's not great. Where before, people just wouldn't buy it. It's, let's leave it. Now it's like, well, what is this? This isn't acceptable. Like there's a barrier that we would expect for maybe a price point or even just out of quality. And that's a good thing because the successful developers, well, they'll continue on being successful. And the guys who are just out to earn a quick buck, they're highlighted now. There's now risk, there's consequence to what they're doing, which is important. And that goes across software and hardware, But I think it's the community in general. It is growing very, very fast. It's never been as accessible. And it's not just the major players in there. I mean, there are other flight sim platforms that are also seeing this massive expansion of growth. Probably all kickstarted with what Microsoft did with 2020, because that was like, whoa, look at this thing. Like, I remember X-Plane 11.5, and I was like, this thing looks so good. It is the most realistic. A week later after 2020, it's like, what is this thing?
Fly that again.
Do you know what I mean? And it's amazing what kind of graphics can do to a sim, but people are finding their happiness, I suppose, but like they're finding what they like to do on any platform, which is great for it. And because of that, they're more aware of it now. And they're going to tell you all about it.
I think the key word here is accessibility.
Yeah.
Before Flight Sim 2020, I had orthos, but I had to search that or to figure out that it even exists. And then I sit there on my crappy internet line and using 2 days to download Norway, or a week for that matter.
How many hard drives? Table full of them.
I've been blessed in that area. But yeah, so back then I had the experience of, I've been fortunate to have that experience prior to 2020. I could fly over my house. It was a box, but still, it was my house. I could find my workplace, stuff like that. And I've been in development as well with XenViro, for instance. We were the first ones to, in a larger scale, introducing 3D clouds. So I was literally there experiencing something that everyone is experiencing now, but I did it alone. And I was like, oh, this is the future. And, but it's all so accessible now, and everyone can afford to get into it. You just need a Game Pass, and you're there.
I want to add on the accessibility point as well. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but GeoFS is a completely mobile flight simulator that runs, I think, just in a web browser. And then you've also got things like Infinite Flight as well on mobile. Can anyone speak to maybe using that or experiencing it, or how you think, though? Because I think sometimes simmers look at those sims and go, well, that's not real, that's not an actual flight sim. But what's your opinion on how they can complement each other and still be very much a part of this community as well?
I definitely think that they're just as important. I personally haven't used them, to be totally honest, but I think it's something that is so accessible to so many people, and I think that you enjoy that. Yeah, you can't probably do an A to B flight realistically and have a study level aircraft, but it drags people into that side of flight sim and makes them want to move into trying the Phoenix or trying the A50 or trying one of the GA planes in a flight sim that is so realistic. It's just unbelievable now, the size of a flight sim, and you can boot it up, fly over your house, fly anywhere in the world, and you can have that installed in 10, 15 minutes. It's incredible. It really is.
Yeah, it's like folks like on the combat side, I mean, they would look at War Thunder. And then you have DCS. So I think there's many ways to attract folks. I mean, if you're interested in aviation, you're going to start figuring out what's what, right? And what your experience wants to be. And that's kind of the same going back to, like, folks want to choose what experience they want to have these days. Like, it's not a case of, here's the product and go take it and that's it. We can choose now, well, I want that sort of an experience. Like, even today for X-Plane, like, where X-Plane is at, visually. But if you really want to give yourself a great, in my opinion, a great experience in X-Plane, well, do a nighttime flight. And it's not because you can't see the graphics, but their night lighting is excellent. And, you pop that into an airliner or GA, it's an incredible experience. Yet, you'll jump back into 2020 because there's certain add-ons in 2020 that give you that experience that you want. And it's the same on 24. So I remember someone saying it was, the Hotstar Challenger, which was like one of the most head-scratching add-ons in a flight sim. I mean, this thing had features on top of features. And that kept folks using that platform. It was the same at P3D, right? I mean, the 747 was there. There was other aircraft there. So, yeah, I think we've a lot of options with the mainline simulators, but also all the other ones as well. There's room for everyone, like.
It's cool that you can fly a plane on a plane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I remember back in the days. Now, Grandpa is telling stories from yesteryear. But back in the days, 20 years ago, we just had to use what is there on the add-on market. So we didn't have the chance to be picky. And today you can have this accessibility, what you just mentioned, that you can say, okay, I'm really into general aviation. So yeah, pick your sim, pick your add-on. I'm really into airliners. Okay, pick your sim and your add-on, and stuff like this is what makes this hobby so nice today. And I think what also brings so many people, apart from this big release from Microsoft, brings so many people to the simulator today, I think, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I just want to touch on add-ons and stuff in general, because we've spoken a lot about the simulators and the platforms and how they've brought in new markets. Speaking of those new markets, though, how do you feel third-party developers are currently faring? I mean, we've seen declines, developers have told us about public declines of sales. They're struggling to keep up with the consistently changing SDKs. I don't know if anyone can or have maybe spoken to developers in the past. I mean, yourself, you've dabbled in that kind of stuff as well. Maybe you can speak to some of that.
Yeah, somewhat. My first thought is anyone developing for P3D anymore?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, I've never been like the main. I had P3D in the past, but I went over to X-Plane just because there was much more freeware there. I could expand my simulator, and yeah, Threshold also started to write about only X-Plane in the beginning, for that matter. But like Microsoft Flight Simulator has dominated a lot, and it's kind of put X-Plane also a bit in the shadow, I feel, these days. I find it sad that Laminar Research isn't here this year. I really hope they come back, because I love those guys. I love their sim, and I love a lot of what they do. But yeah, I'm a bit worried about some of the platforms. Well, where it might be a strong. X-Plane will manage. I don't think any of the sims will die as such. Like P3D is Lockheed Martin, for Christ's sake. But still, I don't know. Is there some? Do you have some thoughts on the domination in the market on this?
Well, I think what I observed in the last, let's say, 5 years. I think when there was the year 2020 when we were sitting at home and had a lot of free time, and the Microsoft Flight Simulator came. There were a lot of people coming to flight simulation, and the market was really, really huge all of a sudden. And what I see now, or what I observe, is there are kind of two ways of approaching an add-on in the perspective of an add-on creator. First, you go the real full commercial way. So you put in all the publicity, all the PR, or you really concentrate silently on the product. And this is the interesting thing, to categorize for yourself, okay, where can I put the add-on? And this is what makes you really aware of quality and all the things connected to that. So, I mean, there are sometimes really small studios which really surprise you with really good add-ons, because they were just focused. They are just maybe 1 or 2 guys developing in the back end, and they just put it out, and it's good quality. I mean, it's, for example, A2A simulations, Scott Gentile. He's really quiet all the time. There's not much going on, but then he's putting out something like the Comanche, and you're blown away by the things you can do with this add-on. And I think that's really interesting in the market today, yeah.
I think there's a lot of pressure as well on, scenery developers and aircraft developers. I think the level of expectation from the community has definitely shot up in the last, let's say 5 years, and the quality of products that have been released are just fantastic. I mean, I think there's products, you think of the Phoenix, and it's almost like if you don't get to that level, people are like, oh, it falls short in a level of expectation, right? But yes, as you say, it can be a tiny group of developers, and they can make this incredible product, and yeah, it's quite phenomenal. It really is.
Yeah, the challenge for scenery is there. Like, was it like 2 weeks ago we had 3 releases of the same airport in Greenland?
Yeah.
Right. It's like, hey, wow. And that's kind of strange, because sceneries, they are the most popular add-on, at least, especially when the sim starts off, right? Because we're waiting on the aircraft to get developed. So it turns into an airport simulator. And we're looking to see, okay, what are scenery developers doing to enhance this product to make it better than, well, it's just a scenery. We're used to just sceneries. Well, no, we got interiors and we have, you can walk up the escalator, you can do all these things now. And the price is starting to come up. I've noticed a lot of scenery prices are starting to come up. And I'm questioning, well, why is the price going up? But the features, there's a trend going on there for sure. For the aircraft guys developing aircraft, that's got to be a massive challenge because, yes, you could go the loud PR route, and that's a way of almost defending themselves to make sure no one else is going to work on this project because we're doing it. Or you have the guys who keep quiet and really hone in the skills. The third part of all of this is, as a simmer, what do we want, right? Do we want interiors in airports? Are we going to spend our time in, hey, look, the hands on the clock move inside the duty-free shop? Is that what we want? Maybe it is. When it comes to aircraft, you don't have enough arms or legs. It's like, okay, well, push this button, press this one over here, and with your head, move the mixture. There's a balance between, you're following the aircraft purely by realism, or you're making it more accessible to the simulator. And I think that's got to be a huge challenge because we want more realism. Like, the community exploded from 2020. So many new people came in, probably for the first time. They're now very familiar with the simulator. They want to learn more, and hence there's almost like a demand to, well, I want realism because, I've done all this before. I know how to start the plane. I want to do, the nav stuff, or I want to do the ATC stuff. So that's kind of where it's getting to. I just think there's a huge challenge for developers to strike that balance.
Yeah. I just want to pick up on, you mentioned about there are 3 nooks that came out. I think I'm saying that right. I don't know.
I say nook.
That came out the other week. But then, we look at the aircraft as well, and there's obviously the Airbus fleet of the narrow bodies. We've got at least 6 or 7 variations of an A320. Is that okay to have in our market? Do you think, our market is kind of big enough to support that? And do you think that they're different enough in order to cater to different audiences? I mean, just start with yourself on kind of that topic.
Oh, that's a very hard question, especially with the narrow-body Airbuses, because, I mean, when you just mentioned that, I just tried to count them in my head. I think, are you talking about, I mean, cross-platform? Yeah, we have Tolis, we have Phoenix, we have Inibuilds, we have the FlyByWire, we have so many Airbuses. Yeah, I don't know. I think I talked to some developers and they told me, I think sometimes you have to do the airplane, which is the most famous one out there in the world. And I think maybe the 737 and the A320 is the one to go. And this is why there are so many versions. But I don't know what the solution to that is. I think I'm always looking for the whole package. The whole package, the whole thing. And every add-on has its little thing which makes it stand out, And so this might be the reason why there are a lot of people who look for these little things which stand out and then make their choice and then make their pick. But I don't know, yeah.
I think the competition is so important as well. Like, I know we've got 6, 7 A320s, but I do feel like the competition strive or the competition makes the other companies become better and makes them want to put even more effort. We live in a world where you do want to be better, you do want to beat your competitor. So I think you see what Phoenix have done with the A320. You've seen what Inibuilds have done with the A350. There might be a developer out there that's thinking, I want to better that. I've seen the features that come with that, and I want to make mine better. I mean, I don't envy them. I wouldn't want to be one.
I think it's very interesting that we have such now a diverse range of experience levels within our hobby. Those who are completely brand new, they just wanted to fly around their house and see it for the first time, and then maybe kind of get that like hook and that excitement of like, well, I kind of want to try bigger and better things. Jamie, I want to come to you, especially because you, like you say, you do online controlling through VATSIM. Have you found that people are patient with newcomers who, for the first time, they've come onto VATSIM? Because I remember my first time, and I had flown in a sim for years, and it's still nerve-wracking. So I can't imagine what it's like, and I want to make sure that those who are new to this hobby don't feel overwhelmed or pressurized or stressed, and that actually us as an experienced group of people can support them. Do you feel like you get that on the network?
Yeah, I think there's a level of patience between controllers and, other pilots on the network as well, and we want to help each other out. I think, especially with VATSIM, there are people that probably log on when they do need to do a little bit more work. They need to do a bit more reading up and not fly into Heathrow on their first flight. But no, I do think there is a level of patience, and anyone that gets into the hobby, there are places on the network that you can absolutely go, and it doesn't have to be at 100 million miles an hour. They can take things slowly, and they are able to explain that process. And I do think that's what makes VATSIM a great place to be on.
Yeah, I'm one of those who have stage fright.
Says you on the stage right now.
No, so for me, it's always been kind of a big hurdle getting over into actually contacting VATSIM. I've done it. I've done a couple of flights, but it's always like I have to mentally prepare for it. And in that sense, I would say the new products like SayIntentions and these others really help for me to fill that gap where I'm actually talking and doing the routines and prepare for something like VATSIM down the line.
Yeah, I think what's key to the success of anyone wanting to start off with online flying, it's something that we figured out a long time ago. And what I mean by that is we got a lot of people interested. It was providing an environment that if you know, hello, tower, it's me. Listen, I want to do something. There was a reaction. Okay, well, this is how you're going to do it. You know what I mean? You're creating that safe environment. And like what SayIntentions have, that's their engine. I mean, there's 3 different modes with that program to say, well, what's your ATC experience like? I mean, are you a pure beginner to say, I'm in my plane, I want to go that way, please? Yeah, okay. They'll respond to that. Or, are you at the intermediate or are you at the professional end? And it'll adjust itself based on what you're saying. So if you get a call wrong, it's not going to do what you want it to do. With VATSIM, and online flying, I always find it's amazing because in real world, you start off with, your small general aviation aircraft, it's visual flight rules, and that's how you start. On VATSIM, straight into the 747 and going straight from, Heathrow to JFK. Really? But that's what we do. And that can, for a lot of people, shake them off. Hey, I can't deal with this. It's this guy's giving out to me or this guy's shouting to me. And then you have controllers who, when you look at the amount of controllers and the popularity, I'd say even on VATSIM has exploded as well. There's so many people flying there now. You have a controller dealing with so much. And how does the controller have to cater with, well, okay, look, these guys know what they're doing. These guys, they're okay, but these guys haven't a clue. And how do you balance that? That's like proper stress, I'd say.
The balance is tough sometimes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But it's all about the environment for it. I mean, and again, it's choosing, well, how do you want your experience to be? Do you want to, I remember the first time I did online ATC and it was with, this is back in the day on Pilot Edge. And I sat there, for like a good 10 minutes. I'll push the button, hello, and then you give your whole thing and it's grand after that. But you got to start somewhere. And people do have, I mean, it's a natural thing. It's like, it's simple. Push the button, start talking. But then, what do I say? Have I said it wrong? You know what I mean? So, no, it's
you were saying about the ATC side of things. You've done something quite recently. I think it was probably with over in the last year. You were sort of doing the ATC to help people along, and I was watching it. And I was like, it's brilliant.
So we did. It was a script. What do you say? How do you say it? When do you say it? And probably more importantly, when are you not to say this? And it was just done as a script because, yes, you can learn the requirements, the SIDs, the stars. You can learn, read the charts. They'll give you the information. But how exactly or what exactly do you say and how do you say it? So that's what we did. I mean, the guys from VATAir helped us out. It was using the Irish airspace, and it was a script. So it was like, this is your call sign. This is your aircraft. This is your information. This is where you are. This is what it is you want to do. And it was just line by line with a script. And you can make that applicable to anything. And then we did IFR stuff, which is hilarious. And now we're starting on the FAA stuff, which is going to be even more hilarious. Because VFR flying in the States, there's no script. It's in Europe, there's a bit of a script. There's a routine. It's like, can I start up? Can I do this? In the States, just have at it.
Yeah.
But again, there's loads of resources, like everything, right? There's loads of resources out there. It's just hard to get them into one kind of condensed area, right? But they're in one little area. You can have a look, but they're all online and they're free as well.
I think practice makes perfect with it as well. Nobody's expecting you to go on and know everything and get every call right. I mean, I've been on VATSIM for 10, 11 years and I still make mistakes, Nobody's expecting you to go on there and be perfect, and you will come across a lot of people that are patient and potentially one or two that aren't so patient, but just ignore them.
Yeah, and it's gas. Like if you haven't done online flying yet, using something like VATSIM or even just experiencing ATC, it's a game changer to what it is and what you do flying. It's a very different experience, and it could be the case that you just want to fly because you're looking at the scenery, or there's a particular aircraft you want to fly. But when you have that extra level of something to do, communication, be it you speaking or it's typed in or whatever, it's a very different experience for your hobby.
Amazing. I mean, this leads me into kind of the final question before we take any questions from the audience. So you've already mentioned about you putting together this resource to help people with online flying, but I was curious about the other three. What are you doing at the moment to help support the community, either through your content creation or kind of, putting together resources like this? And we'll kind of go down the line here, if that's okay.
Well, at our part, I think it's with a community we just created over the last 5 years. I would say a community which talks to each other on Discord mainly, with voice or with chat. And I think this is also a thing I observe in other areas on other platforms, that the community is something which is really good for helping each other to get into the hobby. The major thing is just ask your question. If you have a problem or if you have something which you're not sure about, ask somebody. He will help you and get you access and help you to make your way through. And this is how we did it, or how I did it 30 years ago. Grandpa's again telling stories from yesteryear, but that's the way it goes. And the people are nice out there. Because, I mean, we had it in some earlier question, there's a lot of discussion going on. There is X-Plane versus MSFS and all these discussions. But come on, in the end, people help each other out. And this is what I observe in our community and other communities as well, yeah.
I think I would love to do more to help people out. I know so many people have always asked me to do a How to VATSIM series. There's a few on YouTube, but they get old quickly and the procedures change and you need to keep up to date. I mean, I'm rubbish at video editing, so I'd be useless. But I think I definitely help people in the sense of that when you come into my stream, I leave it very open for people to ask questions, and any question they do have, whether that be with flying, whether it be with controlling. And I do feel like I have a good level of experience and a good level of knowledge to be able to guide people and help people, whether that be through my Twitch chat or whether it be through while I'm controlling. I sometimes do some quieter streaming sessions on controlling. I remember I've done Luton Ground quite recently, and I've done a few Heathrow grounds, and I sort of open it up and say, look, I'm not going to be busy. I'm not going to be controlling 20, 25 aircrafts. It's not going to be crazy. Come and fly along. Come and get used to it. Come and learn. And I know people have done, and now I see people thrive and join crazy group flights into all sorts of airports. So yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I think for you are content, right? When people say I'm a content creator, I'm not really a content creator. I'm a builder. I've built a platform like you have as well, where we let people help people. And so, yeah, that's basically what we do. Now we started a YouTube series where we just do cold and dark startups, just because some people don't want to read. They just want to have a YouTube video. All right, we'll provide that and see how that goes if that becomes popular. But, yeah, it's a bit different for us. While you are interacting directly with people in a session, we kind of build the platform where people interact between each other. So that's kind of my mission in this, I guess.
Yeah. And I think if I were just to kind of make an ask of the community as a whole, is just be kind, be nice. Just remember that at one point you were brand new to flight simulation. You didn't know what a SID was. You thought a star was something you saw up in the sky at night. You had no idea what any of the stuff that we talk about. And I think sometimes us as simmers take it for granted. So when you do see kind of those comments that aren't sure, may seem like a bit of a silly question or an answer, then just point them in the right direction. There's tons of resources, and just overall be kind, be nice, because the more that we have people engaged and interacting with this hobby, the more add-ons we're going to get, the bigger the content creation community will be, and the more all these platforms, Microsoft, Laminar Research, Lockheed Martin, DCS, etc., will continue to generate even better sims for us as well.
Yeah, that's a big one. Be kind.
Be kind. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much to my 4 panelists. Now, I just wondered if there's any questions from the audience in the last few minutes before we wrap up here. Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. So just for our audience at home, the question was, what is our purpose of flying, and what products would we like to see kind of in the future? And we'll just kind of do quick responses going down the line.
I think the biggest challenge is why fly? Why sit down at your sim? And yes, you want to have an experience. You might want to replicate a real world flight. You might be doing a group flight. We're seeing things now like the career mode in the sim. It's a game. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like a gaming thing to bring into aviation, but people are using it, and it's the same at missions. And it's. I think it's going to be more along the lines of giving more reasons to fly. Like, why boot up the sim? Why do you actually want to do this? Here's your reason.
Okay, I give a quick answer. For me, I really like to use the simulator as a virtual museum, so I really would like to have more vintage airliners and more vintage aircraft from the 70s, 80s, 60s, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see some vintage stuff as well. I'm very much into my modern aircrafts as well. Probably the purpose for flying for me is I do like to replicate real-world flights from A to B, and probably one of the main things of why, or not so much why I do my streams, but it's to have busy group flights, to fly into busy airports and that sort of hustle and bustle. And so, yeah, I'd say that's definitely my purpose of flying while I'm streaming.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting what I want at this time, like hardware getting down in pricing, where I can have my navigation systems and do proper flights when I want to. I mainly fly GA because I can't just sit there and watch buttons. And I'm a GA flyer.
Look at Sky for 3 hours on end.
Yeah. But so for me, it's kind of two things. It's I either fly properly or I just fly for beeps and giggles. But the hardware coming down in pricing is for me like I'm seeing what I want now.
Amazing. For myself personally, I work in the aviation industry, and in our flight sims, they're very everything goes right all the time, unless there's a crash to desktop. But typically, your A to B flight is fine. What I like to see is those kind of virtual medical emergencies, or your waters. Like even my flight here yesterday, we had to wait on the ground at Heathrow because our water wasn't ready for the airplane. So I don't know, just something like to make my day that little bit different, a little bit more random would be kind of cool to see in the add-ons as well. So we have time for one more question. I don't know if anyone has anything at all to ask. Can't see anyone. Oh, yeah. Sure. So for our audience back at home, the question was, SayIntentions made quite a big splash with their entry. Do we think AI will make a big difference on things like scenery in the flight sim space? And start Magnus and work that way.
I'm not sure. Probably. Especially for ATC, it has made a big difference, obviously. Making AI, I'm not really sure. To be honest, I'm going to let you answer. Maybe I have something later.
I mean, AI is incredible. I mean, Chat GPT is incredible. So, yeah, in terms of scenery development, I'll be very surprised. I think it's hard to replicate the level of quality that these developers go into. And you say with the clocks that move in the airports, I think it's hard to replicate that AI-wise. And even the ATC, I mean, SayIntentions beyond ATC are absolutely incredible. But I don't think you can replace that touch of actually speaking to a controller and
maybe a co-pilot.
Something like that for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Well,
software in general.
Well,
Sorry.
I think that AI will play a huge role in the future because it will give the developers the chance to take certain shortcuts in producing stuff. And also it has the great opportunity to individualize situations and make just the thing you mentioned, with the water's not filled up in the aircraft or something like that. And I think that is what AI can do in a moment like this. And so I think AI will change the world of flight simulation too in the next 10 years. That's my expectation, at least.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen so far, with SayIntentions, I mean, you have the ATC, you have the missions. You guys heard of SkyOps. You can just call up the ground frequency. Hey, I'm ready for a mission. It'll inject its own objects and scenery into your sim, and then off you go and do it. This is only the beginning with AI. Like when you think about the application of what can be done. It can be used on the software development to help them out, be it scenery or aircraft, to streamline things, but also giving ideas. It's like there's literally no end to the possibilities what can be accomplished with something like AI, and I think we're going to see a lot more of it. A lot more of it. It's for the industry that we're in flight simulation. It's always kind of at the leading edge, right? When it comes to tech, I think AI is going to play a huge role in that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your question. I'm sorry we don't have any more time to take any more questions, but if you do see any of us around the show floor, please do feel free to stop us, or definitely find us online as well. We'll be more than happy to have a conversation with you. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for my wonderful panelists, and I hope you enjoyed today's conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much to our panelists. We hope you've enjoyed today's session. What we're going to be doing now is we're just going to ask you all to leave the theatre for just a few moments whilst we get set up for the next session, which will be with WinWing and also FlyByWire later on as well. Thank you again. As a reminder, please do come down the stairs and exit to the door to the left-hand side. Thank you once again. everyone. Just very quickly, we're expecting a very full crowd today, so if there are spare seats, like one or two next to you, please kind of shuffle up so we can get as many people into the auditorium as possible. Thank you so much. Test. Hello. Good afternoon. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Well, very warm welcome to the final session for today, our Delta session. My name is Callum from FSElite, and it is my privilege to be on stage again another year after we were here last year, here at FS Weekend. This year has been an amazing year so far already. We've had one of the most amazing theatre sessions already this morning. We've had product announcements, we've had product update information, we've had fantastic talks all about the future of flight simulation, and you are in the presence of now our final session for today, where we've got 3 very special presentations for you over the next 45 minutes. This session will begin with WinWing in just a few moments, then we have a very special video for you, and then finally we have FlyByWire as well. So you're in for quite a treat in this afternoon session, so I hope you're all stocked up on sugar and food from lunch. Just a few little housekeeping things before I do invite WinWing up on the stage today. When you do exit the auditorium today, I need you to all come down the stairs and exit to the left-hand side through the bottom door just down here. And secondly, you may have seen one of these leaflets as you've walked in today. This is from one of our partners, Flight Panel, and they have kindly donated a Stream Deck XL for anyone to win. So our lucky winner for today has already been drawn, and we're going to inform them very shortly, but there is still an opportunity for you to win tomorrow. So if you are around tomorrow, please do sign up, and we'll put you in the raffle, and we'll let you know tomorrow if you've won one of our Stream Deck XLs. Another mention to one of our partners is OnAir, who without their support wouldn't be able to bring our presentations live to people at home who are not here in the audience today. So a big thank you to them. So I hope you're all feeling good. I hope you're all ready to see some really cool stuff from all of our partners this afternoon. But it is my real privilege and pleasure to invite to the stage WinWing, who's going to take you through 20 minutes of cool presentations. Please, welcome.
Hi, hello everyone. How are you guys doing tonight? This afternoon. All right, good, good. Are you ready for this? All right, let's get this party started. All right, goedemiddag and good afternoon to all flight sim enthusiasts, valued partners, and dear media friends. My name is Mio, and I am the community advisor here at WinWing. It is a great honor for me to represent WinWing here today at FS Weekend 2025 and to connect with all of you and to share a few new ways to make flight simulation more immersive and realistic than ever before. So this is our first time attending FS Weekend. For those who are not familiar with us, let's talk a little bit about our background. WinWing was born out of a deep passion for aviation. We initially specialized in developing and manufacturing commercial flight training simulators, such as the Cessna 172 and Diamond DA40, 42 FDD platforms. This early expertise enabled us to establish a solid foundation in flight simulation technology. And as the market evolved, we expanded into the combat and civil aviation flight sim hardware sector, striving to bring the professional grade experience to the consumer market. And over the past few years, we have remained committed to a technology-driven approach. We continue increasing our investment in R&D, and as a result, our products are welcomed by a lot of flight sim enthusiasts. And our vision is clear: to elevate the home flight simulation experience to a professional level. Bringing simulation into reality has always been our unwavering commitment and strategy. And looking back, 2024 was a milestone year for WinWing, marked by rapid growth and significant breakthroughs across multiple areas. First is the hardware innovation. We've launched the Ursa Minor series of lightweight joysticks, and we've expanded the civil aviation product lineup with the launch of the airline panels, such as the FCU, EFIS, and MCDU. And second is by advancing Second is by advancing our software ecosystem. The SafeMap Pro has been continuously optimized with enhanced capabilities and expanded support for dynamic modules, delivering a more refined and precise flight control experience for our users. And last but not least is by deepening community collaboration. We have strengthened our partnership with major flight simulator platforms, including Digital Combat Simulators, Falcon Benchmark Sims, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and X-Plane, ensuring the seamless integration and improved compatibilities for our products. So behind these achievements lies the unwavering support from our global WinWing community. Your valuable feedback are the driving force behind our continuous innovation and product refinement. So guys, please keep them feedback coming. We are listening and we really appreciate it. Thank you guys. And today, we are thrilled to release a series of groundbreaking new products designed to elevate that home flight simulation experience to the professional level. And in our 2025 product roadmap, we will be rolling out some really cool stuff here, including the Ursa Minor series of airline controls and the MIP series of combat and airline panels, the flight hardware designed for seamless compatibility with popular flight sim aircraft. And we have to talk about our P Control Cyber Tower series, featuring an all-new next-generation electronic load control system lineup. And we are also set to achieve significant technological breakthroughs, particularly in closed-loop force feedback and training-grade force feedback technologies, further enhancing the realism and flight precision. So now, to answer the question everybody asking for, what's coming next? So, this is our first time here at FS Weekend. And for our very first product announcement here at FS Weekend, we have something just right for this special occasion. And here it is. Introducing the Ursa Minor Airline Throttle. A full metal throttle featuring authentic backlighting with highly realistic detents, addressing some common issues found in other products, such as missing detents or incorrect vertical alignments. And better yet, the detent limiter allows the effortless switching between detent and detentless configuration with just one single button press. And here's the price. We hope you like it. And to pair with the airline throttle, of course, we have something ready for you. And here is the Ursa Minor Airline Throttle panel. It features the same metal interior, metal detents for an authentic tactile feel and sound, with authentic backlighting and highly realistic horizontal and vertical detent mechanics. And here you go. And now, to talk about, before we talk about the next product, here is a see-through rendering of our airline throttle and the panel. As you can see here, we have the full metal interior structure with authentic backlighting. And we have here is probably the most realistic detent mechanics on the consumer market with all the right detents there. And coming up next is a sneak peek at our upcoming releases. They're not ready yet, but we're working really hard to make sure we can bring them to you on time. And here is a 2-seat full cockpit, along with our upcoming new releases that we hope we can get them ready to see you at June. Thank you. All right, for the next one, it's something that we first announced last year, and they're finally ready now. So here is the MIP Airline PAP3 panel. It features the realistic control experience with full backlighting, and it is compatible with wide-body aircraft signal indicators. And for this one, this is our base version, and the retail price for MIP Airline PAP3 panel is Thank you. So this is our base version, right? And for those of you who recognize this panel, that AT switch on the real aircraft is a magnetic switch. And for this base model, it comes with a standard switch. So if you want to upgrade, we have something ready for you. Here is the MIP Max switch. With this switch, it can be easily installed to the PAP3 panel with 2 screws on the back. You remove it, swapping out the standard switch, and you can pop this baby in, and boom, you got the authentic experience. And without further ado, the retail price for the magnetic switch is $49.95. And for those of you who prefer a one-stop upgraded experience, of course, we have the PAP3 Mac version. So for this one, it came pre-installed with the Mac switch, which features the full backlighting and also compatible with the wide-body aircraft signal indicators. And for the retail price for this one is basically just combined, $199.9. We hope you like it. Thank you. So the next one is a welcome addition to our combat series. A welcome addition to our MIP Combat Panel series. So here is the MIP Airline. Oh, sorry, the wrong one. Forgot about this one, sorry. So this is our MIP Airline PDC 3-in panel. This one is designed to seamlessly integrate with the PAP3 panel with also the full backlighting and features further enhances the realism of the avionics system. And before I introduce another one, let's show you the price. And you probably noticed the name there. We have here is the PDC 3-in panel, and we also have a PDC 3M panel ready as well. It's not shown here, but it is an authentic experience replicated from the 3M real aircraft. It has the actual button in the middle of the EFIS, and it can be seamlessly paired with the PAP3 panel, and you can customize it however you want. You can have the 3M panel on the left, and you can have a 3M panel on the right. They work seamlessly, and you will have the freedom of choice for your own configuration. And the next one is the one that we're talking about, a welcome addition to our combat series. Oh. Will you believe me if I say I did it on purpose? All right, here is the combined PAP3 front instrument panel. And here you can see we have full authentic backlighting. I've noticed something in the heading indicator there. We have the compatibility with wide-body aircraft. So you can fly this however you want, and you can pair, just like I mentioned, you can pair the EFIS panel however you want. And the next one, I hope this really is. Here we go. This is it. Introducing the MIP Combat 13 CNI Management Panel. Features full and authentic backlighting. It further enhances the realism for our combat players. And the retail price for this is the same as our other flat panel family, $129.95. I can be wrong again. Okay, this should be right. So the coming up one is the crown jewel of our today's presentation, the P-Control Saboteur series, featuring our all-new next-generation electronic load control lineup. And here it comes.
Unprecedented power, millisecond response, top-level precision, and how they integrate seamlessly. WinWing Saboteur Series electronic load control lineup, built for peak control. Powered by cutting-edge technology in today's home flight sim hardware market. WinWing Saboteur series is pushing performance beyond its limits. It's built to meet the rigorous demands for realism, delivering a next-gen flight simulation experience for hardcore flight simmers. Unlike the commonly used biased motor or other back-mounted motor structures, WinWing Saboteur series builds upon the established R&D expertise in commercial-grade training equipment, featuring a unique patented vertical parallel non-back-mounted power structure in the home use market. It delivers unmatched power and top-tier feedback precision. We introduce a unique four-way load-balanced core mechanism to the home flight simulation market. Ensure stable joystick movement in all directions with perfectly balanced loads. No fraying guts, no unnecessary forces, just a uniform force distribution. Even with varying motor loads, the joystick stays balanced, stable, and precisely driven with full power. It overcomes the limitations of power assembly space and weight, giving WinWing Saboteur series the largest power assembly installation space in the industry. The rated torque of a single power shaft far exceeds that of entertainment devices. The joystick can withstand unprecedented loads in any axis. This immense power ultimately brings training-grade feedback precision. You can even feel the difference between steel cables and hydraulic control surfaces through the tactile feedback at the grip. 15 centimeters of width. That's all you need for this game-changing experience. For even more hardware virtual pilots, it's all about flying faster and farther than anyone else. That's why WinWing Saboteur Steam, a direct drive revolution, is here. The world's first to rotor direct drive high torque electronic load control with no reducers, no gears, no belts, just pure and native power. Unmatched response speed, top-tier feedback efficiency, unstoppable native torque, built to break limits and soar beyond the peak. This is WinWing Saboteur series, electronic load control lineup. Breaking limits, beautiful peak control.
All right, how about that? Do you like it? All right, a shout out to our community manager, Max, and the team who made this awesome video. Thank you, Max and the team. All right, let's take a look at these beautiful products. All right, who knows, we may have some more surprises for you. All right, this is our very first Saboteur series joystick base here. This is the Saboteurs electronic load control joystick base. This is the base version that comes with the reducer. It is a professional grade electronic load control joystick base, engineered for exceptional force, pinpoint precision, and the rated torque for this baby is more than 20 Newton meters of torque. And the price is... Thank you. Thank you. And currently in our lab, our latest test result shows we are reaching 24 Newton meters of torque right now. So who knows? A few more Newton meters for you for free. And here is our Saboteurs the electronic load control joystick based lineup. We have multiple versions for you. As you already noticed in the video, we also have the direct drive version. So for this pair here, we have the same motor inside, one on the left that has the reducer inside, and the other one on the right hand side is a direct drive without reducer whatsoever, inside or out. It's a full direct drive version. So on the left hand side, with the reducer, and the right hand side with the direct drive. It can with the reducer version, it can deliver up to more than 60 Newton meters of torque. For those players who love that extra force, this is your go-to guy. And on the right hand side, with the direct drive version, we can do more than 60 Newton meters of torque right now. That deliver you that quick response that you probably never experienced before. Two different versions, same motor. With Saboteurs, we can have indefinite possibilities. And the price for these two bad boys are $699.95. We hope you like it. the next one we have here is a little bit surprise we prepared for you guys. That's not shown on the video. And here is the Sabotaurus electronic load control rudder pedals. So this one is high precision electronic load control rudder, delivering powerful force, unmatched accuracy, and swift control dynamics. And it can deliver, the price is here as well. It can deliver more than 170 Newton of power, and the price is $799.95. We hope you like it. And the next one is a exciting new attempt for us. It's a extra stuff that you already saw on the video. Here is the Sabotaurus electronic load control yoke. As you can see there, we try to do it as good as possible. We try to do it right. And the price for the yoke is, I'm sorry, we don't have it yet. We're working hard around the clock back in our office in China, trying to bring this to you guys. So guys, please stay tuned, okay? So here is our Sabotaurus series family. And with Sabotaurus, as I mentioned, same motor, different configuration, we can achieve indefinite possibilities. And here at WinWing, we don't believe that high price tag defines the quality or prestige of an item. What really matters is the value. And if you're paying more for Sabotaurus, it should be for a good reason. And more importantly, it should still be within the reach of those who love it. And that's what we're trying to do here at WinWing. Thank you very much. This concludes our presentation for today. Thank you again and bedankt. Once again, my name is Mio, and thank you for your support. And please make sure you stop by our booth. Everything we announced today here are showcased at our booth right now. So please stop by and try it out yourself and tell us what you think. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Wow. What an incredible suite of announcements we just saw there from WinWing. Thank you ever so much to WinWing for coming all this way to FS Weekend for their very first exhibition here at Lillestad. And would you agree that was a pretty good showcase? Yes. So, in just a few moments, we have a video trailer from our friends at MK Studios. If you're unfamiliar with MK Studios, they create one of the best software we have for scenery in flight simulation. They have recently released Dublin, Zurich, and a bunch of other European airports, but they also cater to our North American audience as well. In the trailer you're going to see behind me in just a few moments now, they're going to talk to you about some updates to their pre-existing scenery, plus some previews for some very much needed airports in the future. Please take a look at this.
Welcome everyone. It's great to have you here at Flight Sim Weekend in Lelystad. I'm Matt, head of MK Studios, and I'm excited to share some updates on what we've been working on lately. At MK Studios, our focus has always been on delivering high-quality airport sceneries, and we've been busy refining some of our biggest projects. Zurich and Dublin have recently received updates to ensure top-notch performance and visuals in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 and 2020. These updates bring improved details, enhanced lighting, and better optimization to make your flying experience even better. Zurich has become one of our most successful releases ever, and I couldn't be more grateful to everyone who has supported and continues to support this project. I truly believe we've created one of the most detailed mega airports to date. It took 3 visits to Zurich, around 5,000 photos, and probably more than 1,000 coffees to bring this airport to life. But it was all worth it. Thank you for being part of this journey. Now let's talk about Dublin. We just released an update that brings FS 2024 compatibility, major changes to the ground layout, and a big round of optimizations. There's a lot happening with this airport. Ever since we first released it in 2019 for P3D, Dublin has been constantly evolving, and keeping up with all the changes has been quite a challenge, but we're committed to making sure it stays as accurate and high quality as possible. Our next airport is something I'm incredibly excited to talk about, Düsseldorf. It's the first German airport made by MK, and I'm confident it will be one of the best available once released. Thanks to our amazing community, we gathered the pictures and data needed for precise modeling. Let's take a look at the terminal bridges. We used both interior and exterior references to recreate them in detail, including all the labels and extra props. Almost every gate is unique, so each one was modeled to match its real-world counterpart. It took time, but I think it was absolutely worth it. For Düsseldorf, we took a slightly different approach, starting with the surrounding buildings' assets and ground polygons first. While working on that, we gathered a lot of terminal data, and now our full focus is on bringing the terminal to life with the highest level of detail. What you see here is a digital elevation model, DEM, an elevation mesh that we've modified to match our buildings while maintaining accurate and realistic airport elevation. And now, Seattle. We're excited to return to the United States with this project. This airport is particularly special to me. I spent years starting my flights here in FS 2002 and FS 2004, so bringing it to life feels like a full circle moment. Let's take a look at some areas of the airport. The terrain was quite a challenge, but we captured all the elevation differences, and the result is truly stunning. Thank you for your attention and for joining us at Flight Sim Weekend today. We truly appreciate your support. Stay tuned for more exciting news from MK Studios. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you here at...
Welcome. So that was MK Studios talking all about Seattle, Düsseldorf, and a few other updates as well for some of their pre-existing airports. Of course, they weren't able to join us today here at the show, but they wanted to just let you know that they are working on some cool goodies for flight simulation. So before I hand over the reins now to FlyByWire Simulations, which I'm sure many of you are excited to hear from, I just want to announce the winner of our Stream Deck XL for today's competition. And that is to a Neil McCulloch. I'm not sure if you're present at the moment, but I'm just going to send you an email. You are here. Oh, amazing. Cool. Well, I'll give it to you in just a moment. Take a seat for now and we'll get that sorted for you. But congratulations on winning the Stream Deck. Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for all of your patience and for joining us today. And I am very pleased and delighted to welcome FlyBy Simulations for our final presentation of today.
Well, hopefully this microphone works. Yes, it does. Thank you, Callum. It's also FlyByWire Simulations, just so you know. You said FlyBy Simulations. Good job. But I like you still do. Long day, exactly. Okay, well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the final presentation of the day, which is by me, Philippe, part of the FlyByWire Simulations team. And we've stood here last year on the stage talking about the A380, and this time we're going to do the same. Although not as exciting as last time. You know, it was a release trailer, it was a big deal. But let's get started and talk a little bit about who FlyByWire is. We are a free and open source development group or community. What does that mean? Free and open source means that whatever we do is available for everybody to look at from a programming code. You want to take it, make changes to it, you want to use it, go ahead. It's all free. We want to grow the community and we want to encourage everybody to contribute and improve what we're doing. The community part of what we're doing is, first of all, we want to build a collaborative environment for everybody to join, right? Make it possible that anybody who wants to develop on aircraft can join our team, can learn from each other. With that comes rapid innovation, because we're able to quickly bring other people in that have new ideas, new concepts, improvements to the system. And finally, a learning experience, because a lot of the people that join us are students. They join us because they are interested in programming and they want to make sure that they can learn from more experienced people and then grow into their skills and bring that into a professional environment later on. So what do? I don't think this is a secret for anybody in the audience, or hopefully it isn't. We built add-ons for Microsoft Flight Simulator. The first one we did was the Airbus A320neo. We've been doing that for a while. And recently we released the A3X or A380X. Sorry about that. Somebody's going to kill me in the background there. A380X, which is an award-winning aircraft since yesterday. Just want to highlight that. Pretty cool. We were very thankful for that. And it's more than just that, right? There's a lot of other projects that people can help out on if they're ever interested. We have an installer, which we also help other communities like FSLTL and I think Salty, if I'm not wrong, yeah, is also in our installer. We have SimBridge, which is a tool that helps us with terrain management and terrain information and other stuff. We have a lot of documentation that's being worked on. We have Discord bots, we have an API, we have an infrastructure. So if you're not an aircraft developer, I am not, I have no clue, don't know anything. You can help out on these things. You want to be helpful on Discord? Come and help us out, right? So we've been talking about the A380 a little bit. We showed a trailer last year. What does that mean, developing an A380? Hopefully, yep, okay. It all started in 2020, August. This is the American date format. Please don't kill me for it. I agree, but this is what Discord does to me. I want the ISO 8901, but it just doesn't. Anyway, August 2020, Iceman, our founder of FlyByWire, planted a little seed in the community. All I want is an A380. That's all I want. They haven't even started really with the A320 at the time, but we were like, I want an A380. And about 4 months later, 3 months later, actually to the date, 3 months later, there was an official announcement on our Discord saying, hey, we're going to do this. We were still doing a basic A320 at the time, but we still were ambitious to start this project. That means 4 years of development went into this, right? So how does that look like? Well, we started with some renderings, and this is all Blender, so, started looking very simple. Although this gets a little bit more detailed, but these are all still renders in Blender, right? You have to start slowly building that skill set, and you start building the models, and you start building the code for everything. Takes some time. Gets a little detailed. Lots of buttons. Why do we have so many buttons? Pilots? Anyway. Finally, we got to the point of the first time loading a model in the sim. This is the screenshot of that. This is the first model we ever loaded in the sim. First time a modeler did that. It looks a little bit bare bones, but we got there. This is a screenshot that I like to talk about a little bit because our texture artist is magic. He's also called Mike, but please don't call him Magic Mike. But he is magic. This is the letter texture that he, with the help of a few others, built. And you might think it's a letter texture. Can't be that hard. It is apparently extremely hard. It took hundreds of hours, apparently, or tens of hours to build that, to get all the details and the randomness and the feel of a letter texture there. So, yeah, just something to think about. And finally, we were able to get stuff into the sim. So this is, again, the model of Repsol and texturing of Mike that got into it. Still a little bit of artifacts, I think, because the screws aren't all correct. But you see, we start loading things into the sim. Things start looking really good. And I think we've all seen this. But in the back end, we're also working on code. It's very easy to show you screenshots of a model. It's very hard to show you screenshots of code. I can show you code, but probably doesn't make any sense. This is OANS, so this is the onboard airport navigation system. Makes it easy to see where you are. We support that in our flight plan, in the A380. We also went to conferences. This is a picture from, you can guess roughly where, about a year ago. This was when we showed our release trailer, or big trailer, about 10, 12 minutes, I think it was. Kieran and myself were on stage for that, but of Of course, we didn't have to talk too much. And we released our livery at that time. For the first time, we showed the livery that we were going to release with, and we showed the cabin for the first time. We also went to FS Expo. Evan, shout out. If you're ever in the US, you want to do a conference, FS Expo, go there. It was a lot of fun, similar booth as we have here. A lot of people come over and talk to us, so we really appreciate that. This is something that our developers wanted us to add. It shows you a lot of information, and a lot of it is unreadable because it's all very small, tiny things of all the things that needed to be coded as features before we could release. And so you can see that there's a whole mesh of stuff that needs to be done. Yellow was almost done. Red was nowhere near to be finished. This was, I think, a month and a half before the release, so a lot of work went into this. And finally, we also added Easter eggs. Some of you might know that there's a bear in the aircraft. You can find it. If you don't, try and look for the object you need when you're in a smoking hot, dangerous situation in the cockpit. Just a little hint there. Finally, we got to releasing the A380, an exciting moment for all of us. It was a very busy time for us. So this was the announcement of the date that we did in a stream. The stream went out on the 26th of October. 5 days later, we were planning to release, right? What happened in those days between the announcement of the release, and a couple of days later? 10,000 new people joined our Discord. That's massive, right? That's a lot of people. Also meant that there were about 300,000 messages in our Discord, people asking questions, pushing us, all these kind of things. We had about 100 people in our team that were active all the time. Like, I think a lot of us took the day off from work during the release time to make sure that everything went smooth. We had 24/7 coverage of support. Remember, we are not a professional company. None of us get paid. We're all volunteers. That is impressive for a community. Right? I think that is impressive. Thank you. The one thing I do want to highlight as well from a volunteering perspective is the last item. Within a week from the release, we had made 40 changes on top of that release. Like a lot of developers, like we released, we're going to take a small break, right? Some of these volunteers have been working the last week before the release. They spent 18 hours a day trying to finish things up, test things, make sure everything was working. Instead of taking a break for a couple of days, nope, straight back into. Somebody sent a message saying, hey, this thing is acting a little weird. 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, a fix pushed. That's insane. But anyway, that's what we do. We love our stuff. Now to the numbers. You want to see bandwidth. You want to know how much is downloaded. So we're tracking what is happening on our content delivery network, or download servers, if you will. The peak is, of course, when we release. We have 3 versions or 2 versions that we released, the 4K and 8K. 4K is yellow, 8K is red. The gray one is basically a combination with a few more minor things as config files, etc. We hit a peak of 44,000 gigabytes in 15 minutes. That is 44 terabytes in 15 minutes downloaded from our servers. Of course, it trails off a little bit. There's a peak when a new release came out or a patch came out, but it trails off a little bit. This is the first 24 hours. So yeah, a lot of data. If you look at a week, you have 1 petabyte of data that we shipped. If you're in the industry of internet and internet exchanges and big data centers, this is nothing. But for an aircraft, it's not too bad. Fairly nice. These are flights that we had in the first week, I think, yes, of the release. You might notice, and I hope this works. Yep. There we go. This is when we released. You see this dip? People were flying the A320. The release came and people stopped flying. There's a slight increase. What happened? Why is there not a big increase in this area, right? Because we would expect that everybody downloads and starts flying it. It's because we deliberately did not enable a pop-up to request permission to track your flight, because we wanted to slowly introduce this, not immediately push it to everybody, right? Make sure everything was up to date and working well. We did that in a follow-up release, which is happening here, there's where we had a second release, an update, and that had that enabled. People were starting to enable this functionality, and you see immediately what happens. There's a peak, and then over the weekend, you see it jump to 2,200 concurrent flights on the A380. We have other numbers. We had Volanta, who did a 4-day event. These are their numbers, so thank you for them to tracking it and sharing it with us. There were 24,000 flights in those 4 days on the A380. That's pretty nice. Lots of airports, of course, a lot of fuel burned. It's good numbers. We also have numbers from SimBrief, Navigraph, where at the release time, the light blue is the amount of A380 from FlyByWire flight plans that were generated. It's 5,000 flight plans per hour at the peak that were generated in SimBrief. It's half of the total number at that time were A380s. We like that number. We put not only our own system under pressure, we put others under pressure as well. It was a stress test for some people. VATSIM is another area where we can get this information. So before the release, there were a few flights potentially that were people flying some of the other A380 add-ons that are, maybe not as good as ours. Personal opinion. Feel free to change my mind. And then we released and we jumped up to, at some point, 600, 700 flights concurrent at any time. Pretty impressive. We like that. What have we done since? Because we didn't sit still, right? For those that are not aware, we have a stable release, which we haven't done a release since the initial weeks. We also have a development release. Constantly, every week, new stuff gets put into that. First off, engine performance. Fairly quickly after the release, we realized that the engine needed some tuning, especially the takeoff was too powerful, really. So we started cleaning that up. And so we updated the engine performance. The other thing we did was the modified engine takeoff thrust setting. In the A380, with the Trent engines, if you are going to toga on takeoff, the engines reduce their thrust to 78% N1 to protect it until you're above 35 knots. We modeled that. Think about a couple of weeks after the release. We also did rudder trim. So rudder trim in the A380 is very interesting. It's one of the very few things that actually mechanically impact the flight controls. If you put rudder trim, your physical rudders in the A380 will also move. We've modeled that as well. Then we also, in the flight plan or flight management systems, we put planning for step climbs. We put the fix info, so radials, radius circles, things like that. And we have a runway information page as well in the FMS, which is very useful if you want to land. Flight warning system overhaul, a lot of details there. The summary is that we have a lot more checklists that we added into it, including deferred procedures, which is when something goes wrong and it doesn't really impact your current situation. It will warn you in time when you have to do something special at that time and not too early. Things like that. ONS, we add flags, so you can highlight with a cross or a flag if a taxiway is good or if you want to do something at that location. The system will also tell you, hey, you missed your exit. You planned for something, we couldn't make it. That's not good. And then the reset panel, we also provided some functionality to reset some of the components, including ONS, which is good because it unloads information from your VRAM. And we all know the performance of the A380 can be a little heavy, which we're working on really hard. And this is another thing we're working on is the vertical display. So that's actually something you can see at our booth in action, where the vertical display will show you your climb profile or vertical profile of your flight, including the terrain. So you can see how you're going to avoid the terrain. Additionally, what we're also doing is working really hard on 2024 support. I know it's not there yet, but we really want that soon. And I think that's almost done. Yes. Some statistics about us in general. These are numbers we update every time we come up. Overall, nothing too crazy, except this one. Again, we're really cool, right? Well, the event was really cool yesterday. Thanks for that. And then finally, we do want to call out that we're always looking for more volunteers. Like, you want to join our QA team, especially testers. It's a very easy entry into it. You can start testing new features before they become available to the public. I mean, it's all open source. You can see it happening live, but there's a lot to do there. You can join our community support. You can join the developers moderation team eventually. It's really good. So yeah, here's some QR codes. You can track us, and I hope you have a good time. This was the final presentation of the day, I think, which is really appreciated that you spend your time with us. And thank you.
Well, I hope you very much enjoyed that presentation from FlyByWire Simulations. I think you'll find just looking at that data just highlights just how important and valuable these guys are to the community. And I hope that was recognized to you guys last night at the Flight Sim Awards, where you did win your little trophy as well. So that is the end of all of our presentations today. I hope you've had a wonderful day here at Flight Sim Weekend. Of course, the museum is still open until, I think, 5 o'clock. Is that right? Yes, it is. I'm correct. So please do continue to check out all of the hardware from WinWing as well, and all of our other exhibitors as well. Before you do go, just a shout out for tomorrow's sessions. So we have 4 more sessions being hosted in here. Those are going to be the Whiskey, the X-Ray, the Yankee, and the Zulu sessions. Just to give you an idea of who to expect in each of those sessions. So tomorrow morning we start off with Honeycomb Aeronautical. They're going to talk to us all about their upcoming product range. We also have FlightSim.com. And again, both of those are out in the exhibit hall. You can see them tomorrow. We also have MobiFlight, VA Systems. We also have a developer roundtable panel with the likes of PMDG, FlyByWire Simulations are joining us again, and SayIntentions, and they're going to talk to you all about tech and the future of flight simulation in 2025. And then finally, we round up the day hearing from Nikki Reppening from Meridian GMT, a brand new company designed to bring new exciting hardware to the flight simulation masses. Those tickets, if you want to do that, you can do that right now through the QR codes outside. And please do sign up, it helps to reserve your seat. If not, you can still feel free to walk in as well. But that just leaves me to say a huge thank you to the tech crew behind the side, so please just a round of applause to them as well for their hard work today. Thank you to everyone who's been watching online and leaving things in the chat. We hope you've enjoyed the show. And for everyone here at Flight Sim Weekend, enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we'll see you around soon. Thank you. Oh, and the exit's that way, down and out.